Hello everybody and welcome to the IFSC Youth European Championships here in Curno. This fine Saturday morning. I'm James Blay and I'm joined by my good friend Alex Fry, and we will be your commentators for today for the course of these semi-finals and tomorrow, which is Sunday the 18th of May, for the finals of these. We've actually got 3 age categories for you. So we're about to introduce the semi-finals, which is the under-19 category, and then we will be following that with the under-21 category, and then finally the under-17 category, which will be much, much later on today. So yeah, we're very pleased to be here in Curno, which is a district or a region, let's say, well, a commune in Italian words, in the province of Bergamo, which is, yeah, giant city outside of Milan, just to the sort of northeast, and in the foothills of the mountains, which are a beautiful backdrop to the city. And we're here at Arobia Climbing Gym. Arobia is a significant gym in the north of Italy, sort of paving the way for a new era of Italian climbing gyms. And you can see on your screen now that we've got one of the 2 main structures of bouldering there in front of us, which is going to be the platform for our semi-finals. I'll just take a moment to introduce Alex. So Alex is a friend of mine. I almost started climbing with him, and we've been climbing for a good many years at this point, I can safely say. Welcome, Alex.
Hiya.
Alex is the owner of Hardwood Holds, which is a handmade wooden holds company. He produces holds with his partner Will for training boards in commercial climbing walls and training centres for teams worldwide. So, and Alex is also for 10 years he has been the chief route setter of the Youth British Bouldering Championships. So a lot of insight into competition and to competitors in these age categories. So I'm very pleased to welcome him and have him as a partner on the live stream today. So we're on to our first boulder here, which is men's 1 with Manuel Antonio.
Yeah, so the men are starting off on a slab, the grey section of the wall, very slightly overhanging, the white section of the wall, like plumb vertical, but with the volumes on it just sort of changing it into slab territory. So the route setters have described this as just very, very balancy, a proper on-your-feet boulder. So we've got a delicate sort of step round the corner to get established onto that second volume before they can then transition up into the slightly less steep section of the wall.
And so we've got a camera covering both problems simultaneously there for a moment. So I believe when the young female athlete will be on women's 1, we should catch some good insights into how she's progressing as well. But here we just remain with Manuel.
So this is exactly what the route set is described, having to do a foot swap there. And then you have the option of going to either of those 2 small green footholds. And then either way, you've got to use both of them to be able to move the right foot up again onto the next volume.
Okay. Yeah, the quintessential climbing hold is very scarce on that first boulder, isn't it? I mean, effectively the screw-ons are a sort of 2 screw head sort of size and nothing much more really.
Yeah, the ones on the third volume actually sort of overlap, so a couple of screw-ons sort of layered up on top of each other just to bring them out a little bit more. But yeah, they are pretty small. And then we did have a shot of the female boulder. Back to the men's.
So we're expecting him to step through here?
No, having to a foot swap, which he did manage to do on the last attempt.
Okay, so right on the crest of that
yeah.
first volume there. Well, that's
really tenuous foot swap. Yeah, right foot up.
Nice.
He did actually manage to get stood up and secure the next hold. So it's just a minute left on the clock now for the first competitors. Okay, so here we can see the women's boulder. bit of a blind move into the slot.
And we're here with Emil Konders from Norway. These athletes qualified in first, so they're out first for the semi-finals. So in theory, if they have a good semi-final round, they can really take the opportunity to conserve energy for the finals if they do sufficient work to make it. Manuel's last competition was the Youth European Cup in Seoul, and that was back in April, where he placed 5th.
Well, Manuel looking more solid on this go. He's got 3 seconds left.
And we've just seen Emil Konders.
Sure. Just out of time, I think. I think that he's looking at the judge. I suspect that one might not have been awarded, but we'll have to wait to see what goes on the scores.
Yep, seeing some gestures from the IFSC official there. And we've just seen Emil Konders top women's 1 there, haven't we, with a few seconds to spare, actually. So
both these first 2 boulders, very, very balancy. So come out on something that's actually not too powerful, but just really, really balancy, really on your feet. So you can see it, better shot of women's 1 here, which was described as a sort of a no-hands type mantle, which you can see here, trying to just really balance up. Not much to use for the hands at all. Tiny bit of compression around that arret.
So Alex and I have had 10 or 15 minutes prior to the competition starting to inspect these boulders, you know, firsthand on the mats. And I mean, my impression of those first materials were they actually, on women's 1, they actually protrude quite far from the wall. So they give you the opportunity to get your center of gravity right into the wall, and you should be able to find a good balanced position. But then, yeah, I was fearful of what might happen next, you know, sort of heading up to the zone. It seems like I mean, this position that this young lady's in, you know, it seems quite comfortable there, and she's made a brilliant effort of staying particularly balanced and stable throughout that entire movement and catching the thumb for that zone.
I think as you move higher, the wall pushes you out a little bit more.
Okay.
But yeah, she's looking strong on this.
I mean,
so is that sort of the second go?
We're trying to stay in touch with live results here, and we'll try to keep you as well informed as we can. But you should have results on your screen throughout the course of the competition, either as a little flag in the bottom right corner or potentially a pillar on the right. So, but we're now back with Tommaso, who is a local Italian athlete who qualified in 2nd. And he's still, as far as my scoring is concerned, is on his first attempt on this boulder. So finding stability and really taking his time to find his feet on these small...
He's been on there for quite a long time.
Yeah.
It's there, and a match on the top for Tommaso.
This is where we test how live the results that we have in front of us are. So the wall that we've started on is vertical in its nature, and then as the boulders progress from right to left, as we move to men's 1, move from men's 1 to men's 2, women's 2, and so forth to the left of the structure, the profile of the wall gets much steeper. So these athletes are going to be tested in a various different set of styles of climbing and different skills required at those styles.
Yeah, quite a lot of the handholds on women's 1 and men's 1, pushing with the thumb rather than actually having that much to grab hold of and pull with. And then, yeah, that's certainly going to change a bit as we move on to the next boulders.
Draining the pinch. So when that pinch is required, the thumb's already done a fair amount of work. So we're about to welcome our third athletes onto the mats. And we have, for the women's, we have Ada Karlsbrun from Israel. And for the men, we have Lovre Čulik from Croatia. Athletes just choosing to immediately brush the boulders, remove any excess chalk from previous competitors, and also gives them a moment of pause to get comfortable in their environment before they step on. I was just going to say it was nice to see a bit of action there, like from the starting moves on women's one, but yeah, we're straight back to men's two now, men's one, sorry, with the Croatian athlete. And then catching our first glimpse of men's two.
So the route setter said to me that foothold that is underneath the see through the clear fiberglass, said you can see it, but it's a bit like looking at a hold underwater.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, obscuring the view of that foothold. So it's actually, I mean, it's a slopey, angular edge, isn't it? It's not positive. It's sloped in its profile to your foot, but ultimately you've got that crescent dome of like goldfish bowl over the top of it. So just talking about the green foothold for potentially the left foot that is obscured by the starting left handhold there. We'll have to see how the athletes get on locating their foot on it in the later stages of this. Wow, the sort of second movements in this boulder. But back on men's one with Lovre from Croatia.
He's struggling a little bit with this start. He's sort of pulling on to the start slightly differently to some of the previous competitors. Looks almost a little bit less confident on it, really squatting down quite low in the start, whereas the other competitors were sort of standing right up, being much higher on the wall. Okay, he's now doing, and seems much more stable.
Yeah, we're seeing some good work on men's two as well from Manuel. So back on men's one, Tommaso actually topped it on his second attempt. So our scoring was just a little bit behind. So he scored 24.9, which puts him in first place for the moment. Obviously a lot to happen today in this semi-finals of the under-19 category.
You can see on the left of the screen, women's number 2 in the steepest section of the wall, which is where each category has a power boulder, a pure power boulder.
And then we've just seen Emil Condors on women's 2 with a top there. Should bump her right up into first place in the standings for the moment. See if we can get an update on our scoring. Yeah, he's not getting established on men's one in such a good way. You know, he seems to have his hips in to the wall, you know, keeping his centre of gravity over his feet in a good fashion, but just not following the balancing points that are necessary to sort of transition into that next section.
I think he's squatting down on the left leg a lot more than some of the other athletes were.
Yeah. We've not got any height statistics on him, but he does look like a taller athlete from, you know, comparatively to the boulder. Oh, and now men's 2. Got hold of a good crimp prior to the top hold here. Having to place his right foot high on the zone. That's really bunch position. Oh,
Matt.
I fancy these chances of doing that then. I mean, I think the top hold's good. Yeah.
He was, the top hold is like a slightly in-cut first pad edge.
Yeah.
So to these athletes on that angle of wall, that's a pretty good hold. That's not quite a jug, but
You're talking about the very top hold.
Yeah, the finishing hold.
Yeah.
I was expecting, the way he was setting up, I was expecting him to go with his left hand as opposed to right hand again, but I think that sort of shows you how bad that crimp is.
And now, let's have a look who we're inviting out on women's one. So we have Isabella Bridgens from Great Britain. And on her first attempt, she's already into the zone and sort of making foot movements off that. So this is looking like quite a strong start from her. Oh, nice. Yeah, really nice. Oh, just casual climbing. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a flash.
That was a walk in the park. Amazing. Congratulations to her. And then, meanwhile, we should be welcoming who stepped out onto men's one. See if we can catch a glimpse of that shortly.
Victoria, women's number 2. And this was described as a campus, this move in. So she's trying to see if she can get a heel hook in there. The route setters said they'd planned it as a campus, so it might be that trying to put the heel in is actually working against her a little bit.
I think the Israeli teams want to watch during the entirety of this competition. Some particularly strong climbers. And then at present we're back on men's 2 with an Italian athlete,
Thomas.
We've got a long day here at Orobia, and most of the crowd is made up of friends, athletes, trainers. So not too much atmosphere at the gym. It's more sort of competition focus from people who are in the climbing scene. So not much of a home crowd advantage, I'm saying, for the Italian athletes at the moment.
So the Israeli athlete finding Yuval looking for as many hidden crimps as he can find where the volumes meet the wall. Looked like he managed to get his fingers around something.
Yeah, there's always something, a little something, no? I mean, these volumes do finish very shallow, and you know, blocks are very good at finishing the profile of the volume, so there's not much there to use. So I am surprised to see him working that left hand on the edge there.
But I would suggest that he's made life a little bit harder for himself by doing that.
Okay, sort of committing to the squatted position.
He's got so low that he's having to pull his way out of it. The athletes that we've seen successful on that boulder have been stood up on their feet.
Meanwhile, Victoria had an effort in the middle section of this first steep boulder, women's 2. She's just pulling in on the bottom corner of our screen for another attempt.
Tommaso's setting up for the jump. Oh, and he's managed to keep it with one hand.
Oh, almost not leaving enough room for that right hand to match in that zone hold.
Tommaso perhaps a little bit taller, because we also saw him doing the first move a little bit differently, going up with the left hand instead of using a heel and crossing over with the right.
And so now we will welcome the 5th athletes out onto the mats. We have Owen Marquez Celia from France for the men, and from the women we have Faye McDougall from Great Britain. And we'll see our first action on the 3rd boulders out to the left extreme of your screen. Now athletes again just choosing to brush those boulders immediately to get a bit familiar. I mean, you can use the brushes to get familiar with the profile of the holds in some way, can't you? As you brush, you can see how the brush deviates on the hold. Like, so for some of the things that are a bit obscured or out of view, I think that can give you a little bit of insight. Maybe it's just ritual preparation, removing the chalk from the route setters. But anyway, yeah, we've got action on nearly all of the boulders at the present.
It's one of the things that's nicer about this competition being in an indoor wall where the mats are carpeted, is that these starting boulders, the slabs, don't get the footholds don't get as badly trashed as they do when sometimes we're at competition venues that the mats don't have a carpet cover.
So we have our second flash on women's one there from another British athlete, Faye.
Keeping the British reputation for the slabs intact.
And then we're back with Ada, who's awfully close there on women's two. So another nation known for their slab skills, Owen Marquez-Celia from France, making good progress on this first boulder with these blocks volumes. And catching the thumb. Yeah, he looked like he was just out of balance there. Yeah. Terrific.
Off, but managed to stay on. Okay, so one move away.
Not much to take on the last hold.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen the other athletes doing, going with their left hand again.
Terrific. Really impressive climbing there. He looked, I mean, we don't know, I mean, how stable he was in those movements. It looked like he might have been out of balance going to that zone for a moment, but I think, well, he didn't back off, did he? You know, his body language said he was going to continue, and he did just that and managed to top the boulder. So I imagine, personally, he felt in good equilibrium for the most of that. Yeah, excellent climbing. Really impressed with that.
So here we have the first glimpse of women's three, which is their coordination boulder. So the one of the route setters for the event is Luca, who's also the head route setter for this gym. Chief route setter is Andy. James, you can tell me his full name.
Andy Matuska from Austria.
Okay. And so Luke said that what Andy had wanted was, if there's a coordination boulder, like all the coordination will be in one boulder. So this has a coordination section leading to the zone, and then another coordination section leading from the zone to the top, which leaves the other three boulders for non-coordination based climbing, so they can get more styles in.
And this is to adhere to the necessity to include certain styles of climbing in a. Is there a definition for the quantity of that climbing?
There's sufficient vagary, shall we say, that gives the route setters enough freedom.
Okay.
Whilst it's also succinct enough to make sure that those styles are included.
Okay. Yeah, because previously the definition seemed to be a little bit more acute.
Yeah, there's been a few things that have sort of changed a little bit based around the Olympics. Some of which are popular with route setters, some of which are a little bit less so.
Just catching a replay there of the top from Owen Marquez-Celia from France. That was on his second attempt, so he's matched Tommaso from Italy on that boulder, but stands him in good stead. Obviously he's yet to attempt boulder 2, so Tommaso's still out in the lead with one top and one zone.
This is, I think, one of the first views we've had of men's 3, which right in the middle of the steepest section of the wall, and a pure power boulder. Okay, and so we've got an athlete through the coordination section of women's 3. So, okay, so this move was described to me by the route setters as a toe hook catch for the right foot, so to go up with the left hand and catch the right toe on the right hand yellow squadra hold.
So here we have Lan Krastovic from Slovenia, trying to make some progress on men's 1. Okay, he's just 16 years of age apparently, and his last competition was the AFSC European Cup in Brussels, where he was outside of semi-finals in 45th place, so he's got to be pleased to be competing in semi-finals today.
Okay, that's Isabella up to the zone on women's 2.
And then we have our first Danish athlete out on the mats here on women's 1. Ronja Rikuri.
I think that might have been the first zone that we've seen on that boulder.
Yeah, my computer's only on my phone's internet at the moment, so I will try to adjust that for get us a bit faster connection. We're just focusing in on a bit of taping going on here to ensure that there's no blood getting on the mats or on the holds.
So climbers are not allowed to climb with blood visible or something bleeding. So they've essentially got to cocoon it in tape and chuck a load of chalk on it.
Okay.
And then get back on the boulder before the blood starts to show through again.
Chalk antibacterial? I don't know. Depends what chalk, I guess.
Probably a bit late at this point if you're in a bouldering comp.
Absolutely, yeah. Hands covered in chalk, tape covered in chalk as a result. Yeah, I hope she should manage to stem that bleeding. As we're back on women's 1 with the Danish athlete, Ronja. When was she last out in competition? So IFSC European Youth Cup in Soar, which is probably what we're going to see from many of the athletes. That was on the 27th of April this year.
Setting up for the last move and a top.
Nice. Really nice. That's in 2 or 3 attempts for her. Or perhaps as many as 5, actually. Let's have a look. Yep. Zone on the 3rd attempt and top after 5 attempts. So she's sitting in 5th placed. We've got a bit of brushing from one of the route setters from the team here.
It's probably a little bit of blood on that hold, I imagine from the athlete's leg.
And we're about to welcome the 7th athletes out onto the mats to attempt the first boulders of today's under-19 semi-finals here at Arobia in Bergamo. We have Andreas Villa-Andreas from Spain, and in the women's under-19 category we have Mane Widonane from France. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation, so apologies to any French-speaking listeners. You can correct me when we bump into each other at a climbing wall somewhere. So lots of action in the steep section of the wall now, to the sort of left-hand side of your screen. Excellent progress here.
Faye up to the zone.
So Faye's an athlete who flashed women's 1.
Yeah. And okay, she's now setting up for the last move, looking very comfortable. This big move again with the left hand, or across if you've got really strong fingers.
Incredible.
The beat I was given.
Wow, yeah.
So
yeah.
that looks like the really strong fingers method.
That boulder looks quite basic. It looks like the most basic boulder from the sort of pack, I would say.
Yeah.
Seemed like the easiest one to understand, but actually that top move, maybe there is more ways than one.
Yeah, and it has seen, just looking at the scores, it has seen a flash from Ada Karlsbrunn from Israel.
That's incredible. But I guess if you have it in the tank, your fingers are strong enough, yeah, and you've read it.
I think it's definitely a boulder that gets increasingly harder to do. So if you've made progress but fallen off a number of times, then this is where the 4 minutes adds to the difficulty of these boulders.
Yep.
All of these athletes could do their boulders if they were just on a training session down the wall.
Yeah.
But having to do it, within a couple of tries with only 4 minutes and only 4 minutes rest between boulders, that's what makes it a competition.
Yeah. I can imagine actually if you have an excellent go at a boulder like that, which is very draining, and you're close to topping it but you don't, then
Yeah,
Just,
the tactic can be to just rest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then put it all on one last big attempt.
Well, yeah, it almost would have to be in that situation. But I feel like if you've had such a very good go, you might have drained yourself to the extent where you can't, repeat that same output within that 4-minute window. Because if you're in a training session, you might want to rest even longer than that on a power boulder.
Well, Faye's sort of run the clock down to just over a minute, and now she's back on.
Yeah.
So that's potentially good tactics. It's maybe worth giving yourself a little window in case you make a slip or a silly mistake at the start.
I really like that. I really like that. Yeah.
Okay,
I couldn't agree more.
Setting up for the last move, she's going to use the same beater, and
beautiful.
Just held it. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, monster. Good effort. That was brilliant. Yeah, I mean, she moved very slowly through the pull, didn't she? It wasn't a fast pull, it was very controlled. And it didn't look like she might make the distance, but she did. And then she had enough on that hold to make the match underneath. So that shoots Faye up into first place, doing that boulder on her second attempt and having flashed the first boulder. So that's nice work from her. She'll be very happy going back to isolation.
So yeah, she actually tied on score with Ada. So whether there's some countback kicking in at the moment that has placed her above, but still got 2 boulders to go.
So we're welcoming the 8th athletes out. Laia McDonald for the women. Try and get an update on the men's. Riccardo Vicentini, local athlete. His last competition was also the European Cup in Soar back in April, where he placed 8th, so just outside of finals. Oh no, actually, that would have placed him with the new quantity of athletes moving through to finals being 8.
Okay, so now, and for the first time we now have athletes across all 4 boulders. So it's also our first glimpse at full form right at the end of the screen.
Where are we on this men's 2?
Okay, so
still no tops.
So this is what we saw. Okay. Yeah, the Italian athlete was going up with the left hand. We've got another Slovenian athlete who looks quite a bit taller.
Oh, excellent. He got a handful of that with both hands, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's sort of closing in on that move.
Looks like he wants to let the left foot go, though, like keeping the left foot on. It's causing him to really spin round on that pinch when he hits it. Whereas if you can let the left foot go, then your body can swing across, staying flat to the wall. There's a bit, and so you're not twisting off the pinch in quite the same way.
Nothing else on the wall on that men's 2 boulder though. It's a blank wall out to the left, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there's nothing to stop on with your foot. So you're purely relying on the pinch power on that sort of horizontal pinch.
It's slightly around a corner as well, so I think your body goes sort of into space around the corner a little bit.
Yeah, well, let's see a bit of a close up here on our number 2 view. Didn't get as much of it on that go. Just on the edge of the hold. Oh wow, that's physical. So we're just catching a glimpse here of, I think that's women's 4, is it not?
Yeah. Yeah, on a slightly different section of wall, just around the corner, which is why you can't see it on this sort of overall view. Shows all of the boulders apart from that one.
Yeah, there's a gap in the matting, isn't there, after this boulder that this young Italian athlete's on.
Okay, so this move was described as a wall. They wanted it to be like a bit of a 1-2, so not stopping where he is now. But he's managed to hold on to it.
Wow, amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I was saying there wasn't going to be much atmosphere, but I could hear a distinct 3 Italian voices screaming for Tommaso to top that boulder in the background there. We are actually placed outside of the climbing room. We're in isolation, sort of. And honestly, for me, that's a little bit of a frustrating place to be in as a commentator, because you're not getting that experience of the atmosphere firsthand. But I mean, even through the live stream, I could hear those voices encouraging Tommaso to the top of that boulder, and he did just that. So he's topped that in 4 attempts. And on that particular attempt, I mean, the way he moved to that penultimate hold with the right hand, the sort of jump, or a lancia. Yeah, is it a lancia?
Yes, sort of.
In Spanish, or in Italian it's lanciare.
Okay.
Like to dino. You know.
Okay, so the Brits call it a lache, which is probably a mispronunciation of something French.
Yeah, we're infamous for that. Apologies.
Although I suppose I'd possibly describe it as a foot plant.
Yeah.
In that it's more just sort of quickly dropping across to it. The route setters actually said on that move they were expecting it to sort of go as like a quick 1-2 straight out of the crimp.
Oh wow.
Whereas Tommaso was able to actually stop on that first fiberglass.
So now for the women, we have the 9th athlete out, Maja Boleski from Poland. And on her first go, she's already into the zone, but just not reading that next hold cluster. I mean, it's an edge, isn't it? A red edge mounted on that yellow grizzly sort of upturned undercut, which you will not be able to use as an undercut because it's just too high on the boulder. But ultimately, do you think she just stabbed it and didn't catch the right part?
I think she just fumbled it a bit, didn't quite get her fingers in it well.
Yeah, and here on men's 2, I thought we might be seeing a bit more action towards the top of the boulder on that occasion, because this Spanish athlete looked very stable there, but that crimp is obviously proving to be particularly small and particularly poor.
Yeah, and we have seen more success on the move to the zone, with the athletes being able to keep their right hand back on that crimp.
Ah, yes.
And just sort of really shouldering it out, and then standing on the top of the see-through fiberglass.
Yeah, because some of these materials are dual texture or a smooth texture in their nature, I mean, athletes are finding ways to use them irrespective of that. And so a good clean rock shoe, you know, you get a bit of adhesion from rubber on smooth ABS plastic or that sort of clear plastic.
And that hold is actually towards the back of it where it meets the wall. It's relatively flat, so it is slippery, but it's as much scary and unnerving to stand on it as it is hard.
Oh, nice.
As his foot pops off it.
Yeah, his foot just skidded down it on that moment, didn't it? And he's sort of a bit hesitant about using it again there.
Can he go for the last move?
Wow, that looks particularly difficult. I mean, he was dragging, he was very open on that. He didn't even crimp the hold and didn't engage the thumb. But maybe it's not positive enough to do that. I don't know. I mean, you can crimp anything, can't you, actually? So
I think it's just a pretty small hold, but also the foothold is in a fairly awkward place, and is pretty slopey. There's not very much on that volume to stand on.
Not at all.
Yeah,
not at
so
all.
you have got to pull really hard on that crimp.
Yeah, let's focus on this men's boulder here for the top, as that athlete just misses it.
Faye on women's 3.
Faye's already in a very strong position in this competition with 2 tops in 3 attempts. Whoa. Just not getting enough of that volume. I mean, those 2 big black forms towards the top of the wall, my initial thoughts on those when we looked at the boulder were that for the last move, they're really going to push your body out from the wall as you try to then go back into the last final hold, which is against the surface of the wall. So Timo on men's 1 there, making great work of that slab.
So that's the end of not enough time for these athletes to have another go in this rotation. So
Well, persistence
Oh.
here. Whoa, a few seconds more. I mean, rushing there at the end, obviously, to try and do some work in the dying seconds of her opportunity. But honestly, if she had more time on that, that actually looked very good.
Yeah, and if she hadn't had to rush, she definitely had to step it up a gear.
Yeah.
As the clock was counting, maybe if she hadn't had to rush,
Yeah.
she would have been able to take her time to do that move.
Now, I didn't pay particular attention to Timo on this men's one boulder, but he's obviously had a couple of attempts prior to this one.
Looked very
looked
comfortable.
Excellent.
On the time that he did top it.
Yeah, very impressed with that climbing. So let's see who we're welcoming out onto the mats now. So we should have Julian Skritzweiser from Austria on men's one. And meanwhile, we're back on men's four here, aren't we?
Potentially a flash on women's one.
Ah, yes. Terrific. Yeah, mere formality there. To see who.
And another Italian athlete on men's two. So expect some cheers if he tops this.
See if we can join Tommaso towards the top of the leaderboard. As we just have a bit of a change. So we've got Riccardo Vincinetti on men's two. Oh, just nearly catching that toe hook out on the left-hand side of the screen. We're just going to catch on the far side a bit more dynamic action on this fourth and final men's boulder. Yeah, very comfortable position there, stood on those morpho volumes after making that first dynamic move. And then choosing to kick the left foot out left to make the top. So not even actually finding it what you might imagine was an even more stable, even more secure way to close that boulder. Maybe,
but very shouldery.
Yeah, super shouldery.
His shoulders were really open when he got the foot on. So, as with a lot of...
Oh no! Just, I mean, the slippy nature of those volumes.
Slip.
Yeah, that's tough. I thought she was going to establish herself on the top, and I was just looking to announce that.
Well, a minute left to go. So let's see if she can compose herself and get back on.
Yeah. Austrian athlete with 1 minute left. Timo trying to find the subtleties of standing onto these volumes.
Looking like he's doing the foot swap.
Yeah, he's making good progress here, not
Looks
closing himself up too much by committing to crimping that undercut too much.
Yeah, looking fairly relaxed.
Ooh, yeah. Didn't manage to control his sort of centre of gravity coming away from the wall by catching that zone.
Okay, Isabella back up the top.
Yep.
Can she? So she's struggling with this match. There we go.
She's managed it with a toe hook. Bravo.
Excellent. Good recovery.
Excellent. Yeah, so those clear volumes, I mean, we've got two different types of clear volume on the wall, and the ones that Isabella was climbing on there to close that boulder do have texture. So they have like a positive texture similar to that of any of the colourful volumes to climb on. So, you know, much more friction on those, whereas on the men's second boulder, which we haven't seen topped yet, those starting volumes are completely smooth. So they are visibly clear, and any deviation or any apparent deviation in the texture is actually just coming from the sort of deformation of the material behind the hold that you can see through the plastic. So yeah, these ones that Isabella has in this replay,
You can see it giving her left hand a good wide before she went back up to have another go at it.
Yeah, she'd obviously got to that position before or close to that position and didn't want to leave anything to chance. yeah, getting that done just in time, so that's brilliant. Really impressive. Ah, this is a great set of boulders, I have to say. Really enjoying watching these. So we've got a Spanish athlete on men's 3. You'd read that one. You looked at that one in particular detail and had a couple of different ideas how you might get through this powerful section.
So I'd wondered if it was like a little paddle, so that you, from that first red fiberglass, that you go up with the left and then very quickly move the right hand up to the undercut. I was told that it's just a campus.
Okay.
But it's just really hard.
So you are campusing off that first red.
But they matched, what they'd said was to match into that slope of first. A campus match and then campus up.
Oh.
I don't think we've seen anyone do that boulder yet.
No, I'm not seeing any tops on 3. I'm also not seeing any tops on 2. So men's 2 and men's 3 proving a real challenge for these athletes, and we've got them out in, we've not got them out in reverse order, we've got them out in qualification order, so potentially, you know, the athletes that are going the very best in qualification were out first.
We have seen a number of zones on the second boulder, but I think we're yet to score a zone on the third one.
Indeed, yeah, you're absolutely right there.
I have seen a few athletes trying the double, so sort of holding on to the purple hold briefly and then coming into the zone but not being able to stick it. Okay, and a zone on men's 2, but struggling with the match.
Whoa. Super dynamic climbing there. Really committed to that top move. Obviously, I'm based here in Italy, supporting this competition with some of the materials that you see on the wall, and so I'm particularly biased, rooting for the Italian athletes to find success. I'd love to see as many Italian athletes as possible in the final stages of this competition, when we might have some more spectators.
This is Faye on the top of women's 4. So now just setting up for this difficult match. Where
She just realised
Isabel had a toe hook by her right hand. Okay, excellent.
Using her height there.
And I think that puts Faye in pretty good standing after the round.
20 seconds.
So just 20 seconds left. These are, you know, really crucial moments if anybody's still on the wall to try and make a concerted effort. As we're now with French athlete here on this boulder, which is yet to see a top. Oh, and this is great progress, but just a foot pop there, and
just out of time.
Yeah, that's frustrating because that looked like a good go. That looked like a really good go. So yeah.
The next couple will be
So Faye seems to be placed in after her round. She seems to be placed in first with 84.5 points.
And a reasonable gap.
Yeah.
Between her and the other athletes.
Next is Isabella Bridgens with 2 tops and a zone. And then we have an Israeli athlete sitting in third with 2 tops and a zone on different boulders actually.
So now they just have the nerve-wracking wait to see how the other athletes do.
Exactly.
And how that will affect their score.
Yeah, see if anyone can put the heat on. Yeah, I mean, it's feasible that a much more capable athlete qualified badly yesterday, you know, like maybe underperformed in a big way or had a bad day's travel prior to the competition and stuff and still scraped through.
Yeah,
and,
just some nerves, a slight change in the style.
Yeah.
Boulders that suit them a little bit more or a little bit less. Okay, and so we had the Italian, is that Riccardo, the Italian athlete on men's number 3.
It is, yeah.
Actually setting up into the zone there, so that's It's kind of, so it's not quite a score, but that's sort of the best progress that we've seen on that boulder so far.
God, I'm getting so worked up, I think I've tweaked my shoulder. sat still in a chair here. One of our compatriots from core climbing has just delivered us a coffee, so we might perk up. We've had a very early start this morning. We're very grateful. Thanks, Will.
Okay, so here we go. Oh, he's looking quite comfortable.
That's remarkable, chalking up on that sloper.
He's managed to get a bit of a toe cam like into the starting hold is a sloper that is blocked, so there is a bit of a crack there. And can he now secure the zone?
Wow, physicality required for that is off the charts. I mean,
so and he's on. So that is the first zone, I think, that we've seen on that boulder. Okay, and then I was told that this top move is harder and more interesting than it looks. And to match, he has to go over the top of the hold with his right hand.
To sort of press down.
Yeah, so he's going to sort of pull up and then come into the top.
Oh, he's read it.
There we go.
Look at that.
Excellent.
That's an incredible top from Ricardo. I mean, I'd love to see a replay of that boulder in its entirety, because was he using the toe cam to basically counter his hands on the sloper, and is that what gave him sufficient contact to chalk?
Just meant that he didn't swing off those. So those holds are really slopey.
Yes, exactly.
So it's quite often really hard to tell with some of this fiberglass just by looking at it what it's going to be like to hang. But yeah, they are very slopey holds, and that's a very steep roof. Yeah,
absolutely.
So and I'm sure, I know we don't give boulders in competitions grades quite often, because conventional climbing grades don't translate very well to the style of climbing. But if we were to, I'm pretty sure that men's number 3 would have the biggest number attached to it.
Yeah, okay. I think that's fair to say. And it's remarkable because Ricardo's not progressed so well on the first 2 boulders. So obviously not favouring those styles of climbing so much, but then in this powerful boulder he's been the most impressive so far.
And it's nice for the route setters to see a top as well.
Yeah,
always
absolutely.
want all the boulders to have a top.
Yeah.
So just men's number 2 now. Although we have seen some athletes very close. It's certainly a boulder that the athletes can function on. They just haven't quite managed to unlock the top bit. So we go. It's a replay of Ricardo on the top of men's free.
So as we just pass the halfway point here with the 13th athletes stepping onto the mats. On women's 1, we will have Jessica Knifsund from Finland.
I'm pleased that you're the one reading these names.
I'm doing my very best. I do apologise to anyone whose name or surname I mispronounce, but you are welcome to give me some insight in a second moment.
Quite a range of languages to cover.
Absolutely. And then for the men, we have another French athlete, Camille Claude, on men's 1 on the far side of your screen, that slab boulder on those black wooden volumes, moving from left to right. But back on women's 1 here, Finnish athlete, looking very stable on the zone. Ooh, that's really proving a challenge, isn't it? Dead pointing to that edge. I mean, it looks quite straightforward, I have to say, but ultimately the block of the yellow grizzly hold prior that it's effectively mounted on.
I think it's a lot blinder for the athletes than it looks for us.
I think you're absolutely
right. With our camera
yeah.
angle, we can see it very clearly, but I think also the nature of this boulder, you've got your body pushed right into the wall, because if you lean, you know, and the handhold that you're on underneath is just a thumb press, so if you lean out, you're going to be off. So I think it's just really blind, but she hit it perfectly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're so close to the wall, aren't you? And your vision's obscured, and you forget that. You know, you read the boulder prior to pulling on, and you might have your vision locked in on that hold, and then as soon as you get into position, you're second guessing yourself. Have I remembered it correctly? Am I aiming for the right point?
Andres setting up for the top and off.
Yeah, nobody really managing to do that, or to repeat that stable method of dropping the left foot down and left before making the final move. Everybody sort of reading it as a dyno for the most part, no? Trying to complete that boulder with a very dynamic method of sort of pouncing to the last hold and then catching the foot in a second moment.
Yeah, apart from the one method where the athlete was able to get the left foot across and do it as a rock over, we've sort of seen a number of methods with different micro beta for how they set their feet up, but with the end result being the same, that they all have to swing back and plant the left foot onto that hold in order to hold the finishing hold.
I love the profile of this women's third boulder. Women's second boulder. That's sort of hanging erect, you know, and it keeps you very narrow. And I mean, you're not really fighting any momentum left to right. You're sort of, you know, pulling on those holds with your, you know, the line of your body matching the profile of the wall. I love climbs like that outdoors as well, and it's a really cool feature of this gym.
And I think the route setters have done a really good job of putting a lot of different styles on the wall. I think there's certainly, you know, they can't be accused of not putting any crimps on or not putting any hard moves on. So there is some coordination moves and some stuff that I guess would be stereotyped as competition type boulders or World Cup type boulders, but there's also a lot of having to be strong. I don't think there's any way to do that seconds women boulder without being pretty strong.
Yeah, like finger strength, contact strength, and then that last move in particular, having to have very powerful arms to sort of pull through instability and get the distance for that last hold.
This does look tricky, this match.
Yeah, there's really quite a few things going on in the athletes' minds there, aren't there, of ways to sort of solve that final stable position to sort of count the boulder as a top.
Yeah, they've done a good job of just looks like making it just feel very insecure and unnerving.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like bouldering competitions, maybe you could comment on this and tell me I'm completely wrong or not, but the sort of distances between things, you know, a game of centimetres really, like, you know, if that was that final hold was a couple of centimetres closer, then all of the athletes, no matter what the height, would be doing it in perfect stability with their feet in a good position. But that length of that last move just leaves them so sufficiently stretched to mean that they have to really pay attention to how they're going to match and either do what that first British athlete did and find the toe hook, or ultimately squirm their foot to the highest point of that foothold and then be very careful about making the match, you know.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the competition boulder problems can be, you know, 99% perfect and then not work.
Yeah.
The margin for error is very small.
Yeah, I don't envy your job. I really do not.
Well, it's great when it comes together, and I think the route setters have done a great job on this, and also with this is the semi-final. We have the final still to come. So even if one boulder, so like men's 2, that is yet to have a top and is looking very hard, but the athletes can function on it. They are getting the zone, so it is a functioning boulder that is providing a score, but it also shows the route setters what the top level of the athletes is, which is really useful to know going into the finals.
Oh, absolutely.
And then that gives them a little bit more leeway in the finals to just put on a really good show for the crowd.
Okay. Yeah, let's give the route setters a shout out. So we've got 2 international setters, the chief being Andy Matuska from Austria. Then we have Nimrod Marcus, Gabriele Meroni from Italy, of course. making up part of the team, and then Luca Gamanni, who's the chief setter here at Arobia in Bergamo, and also in New Rock in Brescia, which is partner gym of this gym, and they have an excellent sort of gym battle in the season between the two gyms. And then we have Antonio Prampolini, who is a former IFSC competitor, and he's a professional route setter here in Italy, and he's also an ultra trail runner, the madman. So obviously likes punishment. And then finally Miriam Fuego, who's a local female route setter here, who sets at 3 of the big gyms in Italy, and she's also a freelance route setter. So yeah, great team. They seem to have worked really well together in the last, I mean, they've been here since last Saturday. So 8 days on the trot, putting these boulders together in 3 age categories, under 17, under 19, under 21. So big competition here. Big strain on them as a team, and they've come through it with flying colours. This looks good from this Romanian athlete on men's 2. Alexandru Florian. He's out of time now. Just hearing the commentator shout out 10 seconds left there, and it's not leaving anyone any time to pull on. Unfortunate.
How many athletes do we have left to come?
I think we've got about 8. Let's have a look. I think we're on the 14th or 15th athlete now. Give you confirmation of that in a moment. So 15th athletes about to step out. Marie Kopler from Germany could be stepping out on women's 1.
Am I right in saying that? So women's 3 is the other one where we're still awaiting a top on that boulder.
I believe so, yes. No, yeah, we've not seen that boulder top. The one on the left-hand side of our screens now with the yellow, black, yellow combination.
Yeah. So we've seen a lot of zones.
Yeah.
And a little bit of, but not an awful lot of being able to get properly established on the penultimate hold.
Another flash on women's 1. Athletes really getting to grips with that one quite quickly, so that seems like quite an important one to get done in your first or second attempt if you want to stand well in the rankings to make finals. Interested to see how Reem Harel from Israel gets on men's 1 on the right-hand side of the wall. But we're back with Germany there with a foot pop on...
repeated foot pops.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was a good attempt from the female Austrian athlete on women's 3. She was actually slapping at the finishing hold there.
How long have we got left on the clock? I think we've got plenty of time for her to make more progress on this boulder. Still quite early in this round. And I would love to see some action sort of at the top of this boulder from one of the men in the sort of second half of this field. I want to see if that final move goes. And I mean, yeah, my main observation for that was the lack of a foothold for the finishing move. I mean, if you're expected to stand on that wooden volume, honestly, it only protrudes from the wall by about 6 or 7 centimeters. It's got a very flat profile. There's no lip against the wall, you know. It's an art-line wooden volume, and the profile just finishes directly through into the surface of the wall, so you can't really get anything off the edge of it, and there's no screw-on footholds that you can make use of.
You just got to pull on that crimp really hard, I think.
Yeah. I wonder if any of these athletes are going to be applying a bit of self-preservation. Maybe they think it's just a bit too strenuous. But I mean, we've seen a lot of people go for it. I want to see a good closed crimp on it. I want to see a Malcolm Smith effort. You know, somebody break the mold and power through. So back on men's 1.
Be an interesting question for the athletes. If you knew that no one else had done that move, would you try it? Would you think you would be the one who could do it, or would you except that actually you probably don't have to do it to progress.
Yeah, that's
better
true.
to save energy.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, the athletes don't know that, so they've got to work on the assumption that someone has.
This is wonderful climbing. Like, you absolutely right with maintaining contact with that first starting right hand hold, you know, to give you the ability to get established on the pin. So that seems like a really good sort of repeatable method. Wow.
Almost saw a zone on men's 3. I think he didn't really control it for long enough. He was spinning round and falling. Whilst he had his hand in contact with the hold for a little while, but all the time whilst falling off effectively. So I don't think he'll be awarded that.
Yeah, let's see.
And a zone on that boulder would be pretty significant in the men's scores.
Absolutely.
Only having seen the one top and potentially only one top and one zone. With the zone being from the same athlete who topped it, Ricardo.
Yeah, Ricardo's really stood out from the crowd on that single boulder, but not finding success, not even finding a zone on the other. So he really knows what he's got to go away and work on. Wow, incredible energy from the crowd. For a few single voices here for the athlete from Denmark at the top of this women's boulder. Really fighting.
Oh, and that, I think that
was an immense first go. Absolutely immense.
So I mean, if she can just have a really good rest now that she knows what to do, we might see a top on that boulder.
That is Clara Strickner.
That is the closest we've seen.
Yep. Yep. She's currently placed in 8th. So it's not guaranteed. She could really do with.
Yeah, so she was unable to score on the second boulder. But if she can top this boulder and then perform well on boulder 4, that will bump her up the standings quite significantly.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So at the moment, I mean, we have Faye out in front with 3 tops and a zone. But then after that, 2 tops and a zone is a popular score. And so it would come down to attempts. But with a top of this, yeah, and a quick zone, she could be right up the rankings, you know, anywhere from 6th place onwards.
It is a slightly newer experience for us, interpreting these scores on the fly. Obviously, the scoring system has changed recently, so now we have the 10 points for the zone and the 25 points for a top, with 0.1 being deducted for every attempt. So one of the effects that this has had is that essentially the same outcome in terms of how many tops you get and how many zones you get and how many attempts it takes under the previous scoring system would have a different outcome in terms of your placing in the competition under this scoring system. So previously you could beat someone who had 4 zones and no tops with 1 top. Now you can't do that. So you do have to function across the boulders a little bit better. So yeah, being unable to score on any of the other boulders but getting 1 top is very unlikely to push you into finals with this scoring system. But it does make it a little bit more difficult for us to keep track of exactly who is where without the scores being updated for us. So
Absolutely.
you have to bear with us on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was sort of definitive before, wasn't it? You could just remember who topped.
Yeah.
And like you knew how much of a significant impact something like this with Julian topping this final boulder would have on his ranking. But really, yeah, it's not like that. I mean, we've been watching climbing competitions for 20 years with a similar or the same scoring system, and this new system is something, I mean, despite it being easier to read potentially for a new viewer, honestly for me it's a reset.
It might just be a bit of a case of practice, not being able to teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it boils down to a very simple number, doesn't it? Actually, so really, it should be quite easy to comprehend.
Hopefully, by the end of tomorrow, we'll be
I
pros
hope by
at
the
it.
end of semi-finals, Alex. Come on, we can get there. We can get there. So 17th athlete stepping out. We'll have another Italian athlete, Matteo Riusa. As we hear the calls of Alemate from the crowd, and then we will have Leah Slobodova. I'm going to struggle with that one. Slobodova stepping out on women's 1. I'm trying.
Okay, we've got athlete looking strong on men's number 3. Okay, doing the full campus method. No footlocks at all were used in that attempt.
I would say Matteo is one to watch. Yeah. I watched him climb in the European Cup in Rome back in April. I mean, he only placed 18th, but he was particularly powerful. And oh, we've seen the go again here. Yeah. Nice. Okay.
And that is a significant top for Jessica on that boulder.
Absolutely.
That is a boulder that a lot of the athletes have struggled with.
Yeah, seeing that cross-through method, I just didn't think you would have the length to go again with your feet in a sufficient position to sort of make contact with the wall. You know.
Well, I think there is. I mean, she kept her left foot down on the green hold. There is an option to have it higher on the blue fiberglass pinch.
So Matteo on the extreme right of your screen, sort of negotiating those wooden volumes on the slab.
I would say for the women, I think really whether or not you make it to finals is going to be decided on boulders number 2 and 3. I think you're gonna have to top boulder number 1. That's been flashed quite a lot, and we've seen quite a lot of tops on boulder number 4. But it's boulders number 2 and 3 that are going to decide the finalists.
Now Matteo with a great start to his competition. I believe that's second go, but it could even be first. No, it can't be first with this time gone, can it? Yeah, perhaps second go for Matteo. That's a great start for him.
We're seeing what you see on your screen if you're watching the live stream. So if we seem unsure of how many attempts an athlete has taken, it's because we're not in front of the wall, so we can only see what's on the screen.
This Israeli athlete looking strong in that position, honestly. I mean, he had the crimp without the thumb on, and he had all 4 fingers chiseled, and he switched his left hand to an undercut and was looking to place the foot before he lost his left foot below him out of shot. So yeah, looks like he's just going to take a moment to breathe and compose himself. Looks like he's getting a few comments from his coach there, and I feel like he's going to give it one last effort here.
Hopefully not too many comments from his coach, because that's obviously strictly not allowed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing whether that was his coach or so, but he seemed to be nodding to some sort of correspondence. Maybe it was the judge telling him something about his start. I don't know. Yeah. As Alex said prior, we're in another room, so we actually can't catch any of that in person. Here we are with a close-up of him. Crimp.
Yeah, and it's almost looking to try and... okay,
wow.
Interesting. So actually looking to bridge between the starting crimp and the volume and change the zone hold to an undercut.
So we're about to welcome another Italian athlete, Giovanni Bagnoli, and a Slovakian athlete, Netza Zacic.
From Slovenia, Netza Zacic. E per l'Italia c'è Giovanni Bagnoli. Credo, se ho detto correttamente.
So Giovanni, I mean, I guess most of these athletes might compete in boulder and lead. Giovanni particularly active in both boulder and lead. But his last bouldering competition was, again, the Youth European competition in Soar back in April, where he placed 6th. So, you know, established himself in those finals, you know, way outside the podium, but obviously must have climbed particularly well in that competition. So I'll be intrigued to see how he gets on here today on home turf. Wow, yes. That's a great go early on in his session.
It's definitely providing some difficulty for the athletes, that last move.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Seems to be another move where they seem unsure of what to do. There's a lot of hesitation, a lot of looking around, swinging around, changing their mind.
Giovanni with a slightly different Italian kit from the rest of them, most of them choosing to wear vests in these sort of warmer conditions. It's quite a warm day here in Orobio Palestra Rampicata in Bergamo. And Giovanni making a top there on men's 1, so he, again, following his compatriot Matteo, both made excellent progress on the first boulder and securing tops, so they're both on the scoreboard in a big way.
Oh, and we have the Czech athlete on men's number 2. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, that was.
So he managed to change the right hand to mantle the pinch, and then was looking to go left again.
It's impressive finding that. I mean, it's, for me watching that, I mean, okay, it's working and it's incredibly impressive, but it looks like an incredibly uncomfortable move to make. You know, it's not the kind of, you know, if you've got a piece of rock you want to climb up and you have to make that move, it might make me choose not to attempt it.
I think it's the issue with the athletes being so good. I think sometimes if you make things too comfortable, they can kind of be too easy.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Well, it's nice to know that there's a couple of different methods that could work there.
Yeah.
But
all of them hard.
All of them particularly hard, yeah. I mean, seeing what they've achieved on other boulders, you know, especially on the third men's boulder through the roof. I mean, these sort of small, crimpy holds and this very open pinch are proving to be the most challenging sort of physical aspects that we've seen. I mean, I thought it would be the sloper on men's 3. You know, there's that blue pill blob that, because of the angle of the wall, it's such a negative hold. You know, it's sloping towards you in such a dramatic way.
So he's opted for a slightly different method this time. So he's gone up with the other hand.
Yeah.
He possibly looked a little bit closer on the other go, but I think unfortunately he's out of time. I mean, it is a tactic that the route setters will employ sometimes, that if there's a number of different methods, provided that they're all about the same difficulty and they're all hard and they all do the job. You know, we're not always attached to everything having to have one method. It's more about the difficulty level being consistent and the boulder working.
Well, Clara's finished there with some excellent work on the final women's boulder, which has stood her in good stead. She's jumped up into second place with that top, so she's on 2 tops and 1 zone, right behind Faye McDougall, who's on 3 tops and 1 zone. Or should I be referring to this with the point scores? She's on 59.6 as opposed to 84.5 of Faye. So I mean, yeah, there's a gap there, but she's in the pack of the high 50s, which makes up for the athletes that are in the women's category that are in 3rd, 4th, and 5th position at this time.
Yeah, Faye being the only female athlete so far to score across every boulder. So I think that's partly what has put her significantly ahead of the rest of the pack.
Now as we welcome another British athlete out onto the mats, Connie Bridgens. She's on women's 1, as we are focusing in on Matteo Riusa on men's 2. He's got the thumb on, and he's got the heel up as well.
Okay.
I mean,
could this be the first top? He's looking like he's going to go right hand again.
Incredible.
Yeah. So can he match it? That hold is pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Amazing. That's a flash from him, is it not?
Just not. I'm not sure.
We're just going to refresh our scores and see if we can confirm that. Taking a while to come through.
Okay, so
Confident his first or second go for Matteo, that.
so women's free then, the only boulder not to have been topped yet.
Yeah.
We are reaching the top 4, top 5 climber of the qualification. So the level will be increasing.
We're seeing live scores here.
By the qualification only because we, as always,
Yeah, Matteo's it's still saying for men's 2, it's still saying that he has only a zone on that boulder. So I do believe that these scores are out of date. It's not reflecting what we've just seen. So you'll have to bear with us on that. I mean, watching live, we just watched Matteo top.
With that having literally just happened, it
Yeah.
might be that there's just a slight delay
Yeah.
with getting it updated.
Imagine. So that gives you a taste of what's happening here, or as we switch to this screen where we can focus in on one boulder and then just catch a glimpse of 3 others in the top. Quite like this view. The team here behind the sort of digital content, very experienced one, and they've experimented with various views to ensure that you're not missing any of the action during these semi-finals, because a semi-final competition with 24 athletes in men's and 24 athletes in women's categories being out of this, you know, in the same sort of time frame. There's a lot of action on the mats, you know, potentially 8 people climbing at once, and so yeah, we're experimenting with this view to give you a clear view of what's happening on one of the boulders that we're focusing in on, but then try and ensure that you don't miss any of the action, you know, despite it being, you know, in a smaller size on your home screens. You can still catch what's happening with your national athlete, friend, family member, whoever you're supporting.
Jessica really struggling with this, really trying to find the position for the match on this women's 4. Yeah.
Opted to try the knee, was that to control the sort of position?
Yeah, it looks like if you use that, there we go,
Wow.
top on.
Violent
Men's-
top
yeah,
with
men's
14
number 4.
seconds left. He almost doesn't believe it.
Yeah, it looks like that on. So on women's, oh here we go.
Back to Matteo.
The replay just caught that on the edge of his fingertips, but once he got hold of it, I don't think he was ever going to let go of that.
Yeah, no. I know those volumes well. Though Morpho have an excellent texture on their volumes, and I know that that's a positive edge. So I honestly, when I saw that boulder, I thought, oh wow. I mean, that's maybe that's almost too good to finish a boulder on. Should it not be a bit more tentative? But I had no idea that was going to be the crux of the men's round, effectively, that the pull on that crimp and to establish a position to go for the top move. You know, it's obviously proving a bit of a stopper move for a lot of athletes, but Matteo has obviously got steel fingers.
Yeah, and incredibly flexible knees.
Yeah.
Based on
Yeah.
what he did with his foot up by the pinch. My old knees, they kind of wince a little bit whenever they see the athletes doing stuff like that.
Yeah, me too. I saw some of the warm-ups yesterday, and I couldn't believe the positions that they were getting into to ensure that they were sort of limbered up for the qualification round. Yeah, some of the warm-ups are just as impressive as the competition. So we have the third male Italian athlete out on men's 2, Giovanni Bagnoli. And we have to welcome Stella to the mats, who is another female athlete in the Italian field. Chooses to campus to the top hold there with confidence. She split the podium, coming second in Rome in the European Youth Cup a couple of months back. She split the podium between 2 French female athletes, and honestly France dominated that competition with the top 4 men being French, and then 2 of the top 3 women being French, but it was amazing to see an athlete from the home team stand on the podium in Rome at Monkey Island, the gym there, with a significant competition wall, which is actually almost an open air venue. It's sort of half open air. They've got a wall which they can use to sort of reveal the competition to the general public. And obviously with Rome having a pretty good temperament in terms of weather, it's an amazing place to visit for a competition. Yeah, this is Giovanni, number 351, just setting up for another attempt on men's 2. Let's see how his fingers fare. Well, first with these few tentative movements.
And in the men's competition at the moment, 2 tops is pretty significant. So his flash on Giovanni's flash on boulder number 1 has put him in really good standings.
See if Matilda can find a position to top from. Yeah, some of the athletes choosing to sort of pad up with their left foot to try and gain control. And she's dropping a right knee now, which is precarious, isn't it? It's
well, I think
just seen that. Yeah,
I think they're stuck between 2 difficult choices, because you want the left leg flagging out left keeps you in balance, but if you do that, you become really stretched on the right foot. So the other option is to try and toe hook with the right foot higher, but then that puts the left, puts you into a really barn-doory position. So you're either sort of stretched out on a bad foot, or you've got a really precarious barn door in order to match the finishing hold.
Giovanni just rushing to pull on there in the dying seconds again, but just he's really not happy with his performance there. You can see that from his reaction, sort of holding his face and snatching his chalk bag up to walk off the mats. Yet he really thinks like he could have done more there, obviously.
Yeah, and at the moment, I think in the men's competition, 2 tops would be almost certainly put you into the finals. We've only got the top 3 athletes at the moment who are top 2 boulders, and then from 4th place onwards, we're looking at sort of 1 top and 2 zones, with no one other than the one Italian athlete scoring anything on men's number 3.
So we're here with Alma Sapir Halavi from Israel, as she makes progress on women's 1 there, securing the zone on her first attempt.
I think she hit the blocker as she went up with her hand, so hit the hold that is blocking the slot, which sort of pushed her off.
And meanwhile, the athlete out on men's 1 is Corentin Laporte from Belgium, having his first attempt and then just choosing to sort of brush some of the volumes where he's chosen to hold them, getting a bit of experience on that first men's boulder. See what this Swedish athlete can do on men's 2.
Which wasn't quite far enough over on the pinch. Okay, we got on men's number 3. Looks like okay, so we've got a zone.
Matteo Riusa back on men's 3. Well, out on men's 3. We've seen him power his way to a top on men's 2, and let's see if he can do the business here. It's looking promising. The top that we've seen on this, it seemed like it wasn't too tricky after this. Oh yeah, comfortable. Look at him there. Okay, comfortable body language. Yeah, he's in an excellent position.
That's going to be pretty significant for his ranking, I think. Yeah, in fact, I think it's just updated. Yeah, very significant. Puts him into first place.
We're missing something here, because Matteo's score on men's 2 has still not been updated to a top. So I wonder if that has been disallowed based on the way he started the boulder or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll try and come back with some information about that after the fact. We're not close to the judges here, and we're not getting any direct feedback. So we'll give you some insights there.
Yeah, and appeals processes would typically be kept, kept amongst the so the jury president, who is essentially the chief judge, so the person who's in charge of all the judges who are on the boulders, will be the person who will deal with appeals, and they wouldn't really make it that public until it's been dealt with. We might know that an appeal has gone in, but until it's been decided, we wouldn't know much more than that.
Caught a glimpse of women's four, which we're seeing very little of actually, which is on the section of the wall which is after the aerobia curtain, which the athletes disappear out to after they've finished an attempt.
Yeah, we're generally just seeing the match or the attempts to match at the top of the boulder, but prior to that they've got a lâcher like across the wall.
Monsieur Laporte looking good here. We've just lost. We can see him on the corner, on the right-hand corner. He's made a top.
The Swedish athlete on men's number 2, and he's off.
So we will welcome Louise Yazid from France out onto the mats now, leaving only 3 athletes in the women's field to go. For the men, just get an update on our screens. We have Lukas Mokorluski from Czech Republic. Just catching a replay of this top, no doubt here. I mean, once that toe hook was in, I'd say he looked really comfortable there, didn't he? Just a matter of had all the time in the world to look at the judge and ensure that he was granted the top.
Strong showing from the Italian men in front of their home crowd.
Terrific to see. I think we're guaranteed to see a couple of Italian athletes in the men's final of this age category, under 19s. So finals will be tomorrow. So if you want to tune in to watch these athletes compete again, they will be on their mats tomorrow. And today we have 2 other age categories following this one. So under 21s and then finally under 17s. So this being the sort of middle category. And I would argue this is one of the most competitive categories. Deep field. A lot of athletes have stepped out on the mats today in this category. For the men, we have 76 athletes from 31 countries being represented here in the under-19s. And for the women, there were 65 athletes from 26 different countries. So let's see what that boils down to after this semi-final round.
Possibly about to see another top on.
Oh, you're confident. You're confident.
He had it.
Yeah, do you think this top move is once you're in balance?
No, he just the way he's. It's a balancy boulder. He's slipping about, but something about the body language just looks. He's relaxed.
Yeah, you can see that, can't you? You really can. Yeah.
I think it's the sort of boulder where if you pull too hard, you get too nervous, you sort of tip yourself off. So you've got to stay focused, but also relaxed.
Relax like you've never relaxed before, to quote Hard Grit. Leo Holding.
Yeah, setting up for the final move.
Not even coming close to stabbing that foot. Didn't even make the move.
That is a hard match. There we go. Can he get the right heel? Or is he going to opt to try and camp us in? Okay.
Giovanni Pazzesco. Crazy strength.
But we can't see the clock at the moment, but I think he's certainly got time for another go. Okay, 1 minute, so not loads of time. So it's a difficult decision for how much you run it down.
I'd like to see him use a bit more
great
footwork
finish
on
from
that.
Jan there. Slightly shorter athletes are opting to just plant the left foot onto the wall instead of dropping down over to the foothold.
have 25 women on the start list. Would that be due to the fact that some were tied on points for the qualification, so they made it through?
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah.
Okay, so Giovanni possibly out of time here. I think he might be able to score a zone.
Wow.
I think he's tired. He's going to give it another go.
Yeah, really getting lots of energy from the Italian team, encouraging him to have one last go, despite the fact that he's almost out of town. He's locked that toe in on this occasion.
Okay, so that won't be a zone. He's looking at the judge, but I think he knows.
Furious with himself, isn't he? Yeah. Shame he didn't find that beater in his early attempts. I mean, he's looking so strong on that sloper. I mean, finding a crimp where there was none, you know, that is, I mean, you can't see from home and we can't see from this screen, but there's no deviation to the inclination of that sloper. It is, I mean, most of you will know that hold. It's a blue pill impossible sloper, you know, and it's got a consistent curve to it without any positivity. So
I think the very back of the hold is essentially slightly better than the front, but I mean the word positive is very relative there. It's not a positive hold in that roof.
So we're back with Stella here on women's 2. She confidently campers to the top of the last women's boulder, the first one for her, and as she crossing through,
looking very casual, very
unbelievable.
casual.
You know, we've seen athletes lock very slowly to the top, and we've seen a dynamic sort of go again method with the left hand, which is a favoured method of myself in my personal climbing, I would say. But that from Stella, she was just flowing through the holds. You know, it didn't look like it was too taxing for her physically at all. So yeah,
when you see the athletes, the strong athletes on a boulder, and they make it look so casual that you sort of think, it doesn't look too bad.
I'll get my boots.
I could try that. But, no, the pinches in the roof are not good.
Oh, Matteo looking very flowy in that first move. Yeah, beautiful.
Great little move here where they sort of some of them are swinging the foot up into there, and then here we go. This work them up into.
Oh, I fancy him on that. He's got plenty of time. 2 minutes 15 left. You know, plenty of time for 2 or 3 more attempts at that dynamic method. I mean, he's got so much in reserve there. It seems like he can flow through that start every time, which should give him another good 2 or 3 attempts on the upper bit. Yeah, I'm desperate to get out there and ask the judges what's happened with that men's 2 that Matteo seemed to top.
How would that affect his scoring?
Well, it's been awarded.
Okay.
It has been awarded as a flash. So why that was a question mark, we do not know. But Matteo is now, our scores have been updated, and just thinking back to that boulder that he topped.
So that puts him very comfortably in first place at the moment.
He's in clear first place, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, he's got 3 tops and he's still working on the 4th boulder, so he's got an opportunity to get not a clean sheet, but he's got an opportunity to close all chapters of this semi-final.
And at the moment, the only male athlete to score across all 4 boulders. So 3 tops and then a zone on boulder number 4. And so that I suppose you could argue is the positive change in the scoring system, is that you're better rewarded for being able to score something on all boulders, as opposed to topping one but then not really scoring anything on the others.
Well, this young man from Sweden looking strong. This is promising. We've not seen anyone drop the boulder from here, but I don't want to speak too soon. He's looking like he's straining, but he's fighting.
He's fighting hard on that heel to maintain tension.
Oh, Lennart's dive. That was so close. Did his heel pop, or did he not get enough distance on that left-hand hold?
I think probably a little bit of everything. Fighting hard in the arms and fighting hard in the heel. Unfortunately, he's out of time on that, but scoring the zone on that boulder is still very significant.
I could watch Matteo on this first sequence all day. It's so flowy for him. Oh, come on, that's it. Yes.
Okay.
Nice, Matteo. Just in time as well.
Okay.
And he didn't look stressed on that attempt, but he got it done. Bravo.
So I think that will mean that he's going to join his teammate right at the very top.
Well, that is Matteo. He's had 10 attempts.
Okay, yep, sorry, so I was looking at his score before it was updated.
So yeah, Matteo topping all 4 boulders. This final one, I mean, showing tenacity, trying it zone on 4th attempt and top on 10th attempt. So he's really stuck at it. I mean, just proving that fitness in a boulder competition is an incredibly important aspect, you know, giving yourself the opportunity to have 10 attempts in only 4 minutes.
So we have Timo from Germany in 2nd at the moment, Tommaso from Italy in 3rd, Owen Maquet Celia from France in 4th, and I think these athletes cannot be pushed out of finals now. I think we don't have enough athletes remaining for the very top to affect their scores. But as we move a bit further down, yeah, the athletes a bit lower down are a bit more at risk. Okay.
So we've had.
So I thought we might have been about to see another top on men's 2 there from the Czech athlete.
And I believe, do we have 2 French athletes out giving their first efforts on women's 1 and men's 1? We definitely have Luna Alvenet from France. She's had 1 attempt on women's 1 and she's just composing herself for a 2nd. And then the far side of your screen, we have Lilian Bognon. No, we do not. We have. Who do we have on the far side there? Here we are. It's not a French kit. It is. This is Samuel Richard. It is a French kit. So Samuel Richard is a young man that I watched compete with great confidence in Rome a couple of months back in the European Cup. He was competing with 3 of his teammates in the final and he placed just off the podium in 4th. I was impressed with his climbing and I think he would be a favourite. He seems to be a well-rounded climber and he's very capable outside as well. He climbed the Big Island a month or 2 ago, which is a very impressive achievement. Let's see how he gets on in this semi-finals as we watch Connie Bridgens just have another attempt there.
So how are the women's scores looking for finals?
So at the top of the rankings we have Faye McDougall, and she has topped 3 boulders and just scored a zone on that 3rd problem that we just briefly looked at.
So again, the only female athlete so far to score across all 4 boulders. All of the athletes beneath her have 1 boulder where they haven't managed to score anything.
So Samuel Richard has flashed men's 1 and is off the mats and back in isolation. So that's great work from him. I'm not sure we've seen a flash on men's 1 prior to that. We've seen Giovanni Bagnoli. He flashed 1 and did the 4th boulder on his 3rd attempt. I mean, he's sitting in 4th, which is a strong position considering he's only top 2 boulders and he's not scored a zone on either of the other 2. So yeah, quite a competitive men's semi-finals. We've got athletes in 6th and 7th sitting with 1 top and 2 zones. So the sort of 43, 44 point mark.
Connie fighting for that zone on women's number 3, but not quite being able to stick it.
Next top there. Just catching a replay of the Italian athlete.
So is that all 3 of the Italians through to the final?
That'd be fantastic. Should make the local crowd turn out for tomorrow's under-19 finals.
And obviously, without being too biased, we've got a good British turnout for the finals in the women's.
Absolutely. 2 athletes to go in the women's. So we've got Giulia Marcia Martin, whom I watched in Rome recently, also back in April, back at the beginning of April, and since then she's also competed another twice in the boulder discipline. She came 4th in Rome at the beginning of April. Then she placed 4th again in the Youth European Cup in Soar, and then finally at the beginning of this month, the 4th of May.
Sorry, so we've got an athlete on women's number 3 now, and this is what the route setter did describe to me was, okay, she's off. So it's Stella, I think.
So Stella's a home favourite.
Okay.
Yeah, she's the one who placed 2nd in Rome in the European Youth Cup, and yeah, very well-rounded athlete, and obviously she showed her capacity on that 2nd women's boulder. I mean, we've seen the first one be a bit of a relative formality for her, but then she also made very light work of the 2nd women's boulder, so plenty of time left for Stella to be the first person potentially to top this 3rd boulder. Let's see what she can do.
Women's 3, the only boulder that's got away so far.
Yeah.
So certainly I think the route setters will be wanting to see a top on that one.
Yeah.
But that's how it was described to me for the end, was that you could put your left heel in there, but it's just quite an uncomfortable sort of awkward move to the finishing hold, like a real wrestle. Looks like that penultimate hold, you're sort of half hugging it with your forearms.
I'm sure the Italian contingent of the route setting team, especially Miriam Forgru, will be rooting for Stella to do some good work on this women's 3rd boulder. I mean, already establishing herself high on the boulder on that previous attempt. So
yeah, it looks like she's just giving herself a really good rest. Sensible move. She knows what to do. She knows how to get there. She's got a minute and a half left. Okay, and we might be able to see another top on men's number 2, Geffen.
Did you speak too soon, Mr. Fry?
Right, he was up there. He was up there.
So much work to do off that crimp, even once you're on it. You know, you made good contact with 4 fingers. There's still so much to do to gain sufficient height and get in position to go for the top hold, let alone hold it.
But a number of the athletes are essentially getting to the crimp and they're not really doing much that looks like they might be able to get a top. So the ones who are getting hold of it and actually gaining some height, starting to do something with the zone hold, it does sort of make them stand out a little bit more. Okay, so Stella back on.
Tough first move there, isn't it? You know,
I think it's a very learnt move. I think once you've done it a few times. Okay, so could this be the first top on this boulder?
Showing her physicality on this upper section of the boulder, really compressing those 2 large black volumes. She looks in a good position here.
Stella.
Yeah, I mean, for me, those volumes just I mean, you can see the profile of them from this camera angle. So when we have that camera to the right, and that places that boulder on the extreme left of your screen, you can really see how much they push the athletes, particularly their chests, away from the wall, and then you have to come back into the wall with your right hand, and it's such a long distance to cover when you're in that position, and you've just got a slopey volume to squeeze.
Yeah, and those really, for me, really classic, iconic competition shapes. So these versions are Cheetah, carved by Lauren Lepore, but first carved by Lauren for Entreprise years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we saw them with an Entreprise logo before.
Yeah, a lot of the early Entreprise holds were carved by French IFSC route setter called Lauren Lepore, who's also one of the owners of Cheetah, but used to carve a lot of the early Entreprise shapes, and then was sort of reused them and done a full range of them now. But so that shape, that's probably the shape that has made its appearance in competition climbing more than any other over the years. But I think the difficulty on that last move is that they stick out so far from the wall, and the finishing hold doesn't stick out anywhere near as far. So you have to sort of manoeuvre your body round them to get into the space to get that finishing hold. And you can see that with the athletes; they've just been pushed out as they go up for the finishing hold. And there we go, the second top on men's number 2. So that will be quite significant.
Samuel Richard really pleased with getting that boulder done. I think he knows what that means.
Yeah.
Maybe the athletes are talking in isolation. I mean, we've got quite a few French athletes out there, so he'll probably know at the very least, from his compatriots, you know, whether they've managed to top that boulder or not. So he probably knows what that means for his competition.
Yeah, and a top on boulders 1 and 2. That's going to boost his confidence, and puts him pretty significantly up the rankings. And in fact, that was a flash.
Clean sheet for Samuel. Monsieur Richard, bravo. Good start to your comp, halfway through. Looking forward to see what you can do on men's 3.
And potentially doesn't need to do much else to make finals.
Yeah.
Could go get a coffee and rest up.
That would be a bold move. I mean, if he qualifies further up the rankings, it means he comes out later in the competition, no? So could be tactical to, if you were confident you'd done enough, if you're coming out late in the semi-finals.
I think in practice, you know, from chatting to athletes, most of them really they want as good a score as possible.
I imagine
it's pretty rare as well that finals would go to a count back position, but you know, that tends to happen a little bit more in lead.
Yeah.
But it's always nice to have it there as well.
Yeah. Well, with the going rate for Samuel being a flash, he wouldn't have to put out that much more energy or drain himself that much more to sort of complete this round of competitions if it keeps going in his way. Let's see what he can do. But
also means you lose less skin, less attempts, less skin lost.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference as you go into finals.
well, we're getting some real encouragement for this French athlete on women's 2. Looking good, but wow, very committed there. And a comfortable position for a fall almost. I'll tell you what, I got some quite interesting insights from the female French contingent in Rome who were stopped behind after the competition for drugs testing. And Joris, the chief setter there, was chatting with them about, you know, how they felt after the competition, what sort of condition they were in. And I was obviously making comments such as, you know, the skin loss during the competition, presumably in the finals, they're going to be struggling, and so on and so forth. One of the young ladies said that she felt in great shape, great condition, and thought she could climb another round, and her skin was actually in really good condition after doing qualification semis and finals. And so I feel like that aspect of the competition has maybe, like, these athletes have sort of surpassed my expectations in terms of durability and conditioning, you know. I mean, it's the same as with other sports. You can't just prepare physically for the quantity of output that you have. You need to be fitter than the competition, so you are performing in the finals as well as you were in qualification. So, you know, the sort of training sessions that these athletes do and the volume of climbing that they will do will be so very much more than even you find within this competition, which is 6 qualification boulders over a qualification day, and then semi-final 4 boulders, semi and finals 4 boulders, you know, which to any of us might be an awful lot of climbing, especially at this level.
Yeah, this is not the style of these boulders is quite nice in that it's not super skin intensive. We've got like a good mix of holds, so it's not all fiberglass.
Yeah.
And also the coordination is limited. Because really, I think that's where you lose loads and loads of skin. If you're repeatedly jumping to either wooden volumes or fiberglass holds and you're sliding off them.
Yeah.
But really, they've got a very balancy boulder, where probably the most skin loss is on your thumb, and then they've got some pulling where they've got to pull really hard, but not too much jumping and sliding off things.
Yeah.
I would have thought though, like if you've had a lot of tries on boulders 2 and 3. Oh, so we've got this is interesting on
here. Yeah.
So you cannot secure the zone with your feet. So he would actually have to get his hand on that. Sorry, we've lost the feed from that as we look at the Stella on
Women's 4.
Women's 4.
So this is a boulder, yeah, I mean, we've seen a fair amount of that top, but we've not seen much of the start of that boulder.
Will we see a top on women's free? Yes, we do. Right, so that is the first one.
Amazing.
There we go. Good job, route setters. Every boulder's been done now.
So Louise Yazid from France, she's really putting the pressure on Faye McDougall for first place here, as she's topped the first 3 boulders. The first one with 3 attempts, and then she flash of the second boulder, and she's just done that one on her second attempt. So, I mean, wow. Just shows, doesn't it? I mean, the toughest boulder in the women's final, judging by the scoring, and she's managed to top that in only 2 goes. It just shows it can be done.
Good. Stella back up on the top of women's 4.
Fantastic from Stella with a high toe hook and a smear with the left foot. You know,
that's going to be quite significant for her score. Yeah, that pops her into first place on our screen.
So Stella just making her 3 tops in less attempts than Faye, and also with her zone on the first attempt rather than Faye's second. So yeah, puts her into first place overall in the current standings. But Louise Yazid from France putting the pressure on.
Yeah, so Louise and also Alma from Israel both potentially could take first place.
And then we still have Julia Martin from France, which will be active in this competition, and she's topped both of the first boulders. And if she does some good work on women's 3 and women's 4, she could be in the mix.
But either way, these top athletes' position in finals is fairly secure. We're just looking through now. I think certainly the top 3 definitely can't lose their place in finals.
And then in the men's field, Samuel Richard is the one who could put pressure on Mateo's first place going into finals.
We've got the route setters over on men's number 4 just doing something.
We've not seen any of the other female athletes try and use that left heel to make the top. Everybody has been looking sort of down and right and trying to smear on the wooden volume with their right foot to make that final move. You know, the few athletes that we've seen make the attempt at the top.
Okay, so I think there was some sort of a technical on men's number 4. Just on the corner of the screen, you could see the chief route setter. And he was in with his drill, but seemed to be back in action.
Solid top there from the athlete. And we just take a pause before the next athlete step out onto the mats. Yeah, I told you Israel was one to watch. We've just seen 2 tops there. Alma just finishing women's 4. So I believe we are going to watch eventually Samuel on men's 3, which is, you know, interesting for the top end of this field.
Bit of a Hail Mary at that finishing hold.
Yeah, it didn't look too close that, but you know, getting the line and the length of the move, you know, maybe learn something there to apply to next attempts. Samuel looking very springy there, just leaping up to blow some chalk off that sloper before he has his next attempt. As we get down to the sort of last couple of boulders of this competition.
2 French athletes and the 2 sort of potentially most significant boulders in their respective fields in terms of scoring.
Sorry, Samuel choosing to go footless there through that boulder. So busting out with the right hand to the red sloper there that he's brushing, and then just finding equilibrium before campusing into it footless, campusing into the next purple hold with his left hand, and then trying to catch the undercut footless again. So yeah, obviously a couple of the athletes, you know, Samuel and Mateo and his compatriot very comfortable on that sloper. I have to say that's very impressive, having seen that hold in firsthand.
Just under 40 seconds left on the clock. So can Samuel make? Oh, I'm going for the double. Looking frustrated. I think that'll be the end of his attempts on that one. And same on women's number 3. Replay on women's number 2 there. So as we are approaching the end of this semi-final, just a few more, all the athletes are out, but just a couple more boulders to go for a couple of them. Go on women's number 3, looking Julia looking very comfortable on the first move. Okay, opting to do this toe hook static. Looking very comfortable here. The top on this boulder, very significant, close. Okay, so she'll have a good rest. I think there's a good chance that we could see a top on that. And top on men's 4, Geffen. So, just waiting for our scores to update. Fortunately for Geffen, don't think that'll be enough to put him into finals. Okay, so Elia again on, apologies if I'm mispronouncing that name, but she looked really comfortable on this, just falling out of the finishing hold. So can she, there we go.
Amazing.
Was on top on that. So,
oh wow, so both methods go. So we've seen the left heel top,
yeah,
and we've seen that slopey foothold for the right footwork. I mean, maybe just different body lengths, you know, fitting into those two different positions in different ways for both those different athletes.
That is, that's pretty significant for her scoring. But we've just lost our connection to the scores, but from memory, I think that, pretty sure that alone will push her into the finals based on her performance on boulders 1 and 2.
These moves from Louise at the start of this boulder, I've not seen so much of that during the live stream, so it'd be good to see a little bit of that towards the end of this competition here.
So this boulder is located on a slightly separate section of it is just left of where the other boulders are, but there is there's a walkway, there's a gap in the matting. So it's mainly been focused on the match at the top. So this is, yeah, the first proper view that we're getting really of this this sort of either run across or lâcher across the start of this boulder.
So Louise in unfamiliar territory now after having 4 attempts on this boulder. She's managed to top all the others in 3, 2 or 1 attempts. So yeah.
And she actually doesn't really, or potentially doesn't need to score on this boulder. And that is the end of her attempts.
Yeah, so we just run the clock out, 10 seconds left. Now we catch a replay of the entirety of Julia's top. So toe hook for the most part, and then top of the yellow volume with the left foot, dropping it off and just managing to smear on that wooden volume. Yeah, excellent. Excellent stuff. Great to see a second top on that. Third top, in fact.
Yeah, and so at the moment on our system it looks like that has put her into 4th place, but she still has 1 more boulder to go. So I think she's got the potential to take 1st place in the semi-final, depending on how she scores on the last boulder.
I'm seeing some really dynamic attempts to the start of women's 4. I haven't got a first-hand experience of how the other athletes have negotiated that part of the boulder. I would like to see that. That's sort of the only part of this competition that I'm missing really from the coverage. Aha.
This is a strong-looking attempt on this boulder.
Finding that
So
heel
is she gonna
early.
keep the heel or swing out? Bit of both.
Yeah. Placed the heel and sort of forgot about it, didn't she? She didn't look to adjust it, sort of turn the foot out or bring it closer. She's got a bit of room to adapt that methodology if she wants to.
Looked like it was maybe trapping her a little bit. She was going to struggle to reach off the heel.
Oh wow, that's a beautiful initiation to that boulder.
Yeah.
Not maintaining, sort of kicking off the green foothold and not maintaining contact with any feet for a moment, gaining that swing to then sort of run into the volumes to the left. That's really nice.
And that green foothold that is used to kick off has got approximately 10 blue screw-ons shoved in behind it.
Is that just to block the usage of it, or?
It's so that you can't use it for your hands, I imagine, because it is quite a good hold. It's quite a good undercut, so I imagine if you could get your hands in there underneath, there's a risk that you could use it to sort of traverse across sideways rather than going up and doing the jump.
Yeah. So just trying to avoid athletes sort of breaking the methodology that the route setters have intended.
Okay, so is she going to go for... Looks like she's setting up to put her foot across and not do the heel here. So she was close on her last go. Can she get it?
Oh, this looks good.
Strong, looking very strong.
Incredible. I told you, the Israeli team, one to watch. Yeah, very calm there. Now just composing herself. Not trying to get too excited and waste any energy on celebration.
So this is the move that I don't think we've really seen. How to get established up into this.
Oh wow, that was a swing and a miss, and I feel like that would be quite an exceptional move if you manage to pull that off. Can't really see that working, but could be proven wrong.
And that move, when it gets done, looks very, very casual. But a lot harder than they make it look.
So Samuel not gaining any ground, not gaining any score on men's 3. I mean, after his first 2 boulders being flashes, I was really hopeful that we'd see something special from him on men's 3 as well. I thought that might quite suit his climbing style. He seemed comfortable on those holds, and the way he moves through that particular move on this boulder, lots in the tank. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, nice timing. Sort of found the sort of pull and push on that boulder, drop nicely out onto that foothold to secure a stable position to match and top the boulder. Nice.
And quite an important top for him.
Yeah.
It secured his place.
So he's had a bit of a wobble on men's 3, but he's recomposed himself, and he's scored 74.5 behind Matteo Riusa on 98.9, which is
the had a wobble on men's 3 is a club with a lot of members at the moment.
Yeah, it absolutely is, isn't it? As we scroll down the rankings, we've got 2, 3. We've got 3 zones. And then we've got that surprise top from Riccardo from Italy. He managed it in only 2 attempts, but he didn't score on any of the boulders, unfortunately for him. So,
Okay. So here we have Elliot. I think is that a first attempt? Was that a flash
first
to the
attempt
zone?
to the zone. Yeah.
Okay.
So that bumps her up into 2nd place as our scores refresh live. And she's got this quite physical sort of move into a Gaston over her head, isn't it?
And I think, so again looking through the scores, I think she's flashed to every zone, and I think potentially the only female athlete to do that in the round. She's flash boulder 2, boulder 1 on a topped on her 3rd attempt, and boulder 3 topped on her 2nd attempt.
She's having a great semi-finals.
Yeah. So it's a top on this boulder would potentially put her in 1st place.
So we see her on the zone again, just jumping.
Struggling with that move.
Yeah, it's very narrow, that move. You know, I've sort of obviously seen many movements like that previously in competition, and you're normally jumping into something which gives you a bit more width across your back, but that's particularly high.
Yeah, it looks hard to fit your body in the space.
Yeah.
So we put the angle of your left arm when you're shouldering that holds a bit strange, a bit awkward.
Yeah.
But it does, sort of trying to read her body language on it, it does look a little bit like she's not entirely sure quite what she wants to do with it.
Yeah, that last effort looked like a really concerted effort at a method she had faith in. We just hopefully beautiful. She's got the timing perfectly then.
And is she going to make this top look casual?
Oh, nice.
Okay. Yeah, so like we've seen with a lot of the athletes here, this top a little bit trickier than it looks, but she looked comfortable on that, so just need to wait to see. This is the bit with the new scoring that I'm not, I do need to let the computer update it to see. Okay, so that's put her into 2nd place by 0.01.
So just 1 attempt separating her.
0.1, sorry.
Yeah, 1 attempt just separating her and Alma from Israel. So Alma and Israel places in 1st, followed by Giulia Martin from Spain in 2nd, and that puts Stella, our home athlete from Italy, in 3rd position at present.
And then Faye McDougall from Britain in 4th. And then another Israeli athlete,
Tamar Cohen.
Yeah, in 5th.
As we look down towards who we have active in this competition,
I think that's potentially
we round everything up.
Our female finalists confirmed.
We'll just catch a couple of these replays on the live stream now, before we watch get a table of results up for you to see how everybody's placed officially in the rankings for our men's finals. So we have Matteo Riusa in 1st place with 4 tops, followed by Samuel Richard from France, Lukas Bokortolewski from Czech with 2 tops and 1 zone, then Timo from Germany, Tommaso from Italy, 2nd Italian athlete in this men's, which will join us in the men's finals, then Monsieur Laporte from Belgium, Giovanni Bagnoli, and then finally Owen Celia Marquez from France, and Geffen Levy from Israel. Those 2 athletes making the finals for men with only 1 top apiece.
There's potential for the Italian men to take the podium then.
Well, I I don't want to speak too soon, but I'm incredibly excited to see what they can do in finals. I mean, all 3 of those athletes looked particularly competent across these boulders.
We did have one more female athlete in semi-finals than men. It was 25 women went to the semis, so this is why we've still got Tamar climbing. Her place in finals already secure, but a top on this will change her, will put her a little bit further up the field.
Yeah, she could make a statement here and join the elite of this competition with 4 tops, with only 2 athletes in that position who can claim that crown at the moment, being Alma and Julia.
And that's got to be a confidence boost going into finals, knowing that you've topped a boulder that hardly anyone else could do.
Yeah, at this stage is valuable, isn't it? Making sure you're climbing well across all these different styles.
One of the things that is a component of these sorts of competition moves is needing the confidence to do it. So the more confidence that you can bring into the final, I'm sure the better your performance will be. She's approaching the top of this. So
I almost can't believe what I've seen from the zone hold there from her. She basically pulled into the next hold. You know, she didn't jump out of that position. Yeah. She basically moved up into that position, you know, in a stable fashion. There was no jump necessary. So incredible climbing in that part, and then trying to sort of block her foot on her leg now to sort of gain a knee bar to top the boulder. Wow.
There we go.
Another method. So leaving the left foot trailing on the large foothold and actually toe hooking the smooth surface of that unit Blade Runner volume. So that part of the volume that she chose to toe hook with the right foot is as smooth as any macro with the smooth texture. So it's a smooth paint finish, very little friction there, but obviously she's just getting enough tension through it to make this final match on women's 4.
And she adjusted her left hand really high on the finishing pole, just so she could sort of guppy over the end a little bit. Okay, so we've got the women's final results up on the screen there. So strong turnout from the Israeli athletes, with Alma and Tamar taking 1st and 2nd place, Yulia from Spain in 3rd, and then Italian athlete Stella in 4th, Faye McDougall from Britain in 5th, Louise Puchazid from France in 6th, Marie Querpler from Germany in 7th, Neza Zaksh from Slovenia in 8th, and Clara Strickler from Denmark in 4th. 9th, sorry. Thanks, James.
Will be a slick operation by the end of this, don't you worry.
Yeah.
Now that's been brilliant. What a brilliant round of climbing. Honestly, across all those styles, that was an excellent set of boulders. And we're setting up for the under 21s. No, the under 21s to come out.
Yeah.
And we'll take a break and be back with you in about 30 minutes, I believe. You might well find. So we've just been informed that.
Yeah, we will start at 11:40 Italian time, so 24 minutes. So I was getting distracted by one of the owners of the climbing wall waving at the glass through us, offering us some food.
Yeah, which would be welcome.
Yeah, so we're going to go do that.
Yeah, and we'll join you for the next semi-finals if you'd like to join us. We'd be very pleased to have you. Thanks, and speak to you soon. Hello and welcome back. We're now here for the under-21 semi-finals of this competition here at Aerobia climbing gym here in Bergamo. We've just had a really exciting semi-final phase of the under-19 category across this wall and across these boulders. And we're now in anticipation of the athletes of the under-21 field to step out onto the mats.
The route setters have had half an hour between the previous round and this one, so there's no boulders stripped and reset, but it just gives them an opportunity to make any minor tweaks to the boulders that they might want to do for this category. So it's a couple of very minor changes that we can see, and we can point those out as we get to the boulders.
Slightly reduced number of athletes competing in the qualification round yesterday here in this category. Maybe not as frequented as much as the under-19 category, which seemed particularly competitive during the last couple of hours of competition. So we've got 24 athletes that will welcome out onto the mats in the male category and 24 in the female. They will come out in reverse order. So those that qualified last from yesterday's semi-finals will come out first. I was mistaken about that in the previous period of commentary during the under-19 category, so please do allow me the courtesy of correcting myself from the previous semi-finals. So boulders will start from right to left. We have a particularly slabby section of wall on the right-hand side of the wall, which is the men's first boulder. Women's first boulder is the two triangular art-line wooden volumes at the sort of peak of the transition of the wall before it transitions around to the left and towards the overhang. And then we have men's two with a green pinch in the center of the wall. And then we move into the first sort of steep boulder, which is women's two. And then we move on round the roof, or the strapiombo in Italian, from this point of the wall leftwards. So there we're just seeing women's two on that sort of overhanging arete, men's three, which is the red blue pill impossible volumes, very physical boulder through that steepest part of the wall on slopers. We've seen some athletes manage to sort of campus and dead hang through these holds, which almost seemed impossible, and then some of them choosing to sort of camber foot in the start of the starting handholds and sort of maintain more points of contact with the wall and finding more success ultimately in that boulder. And now this is potentially, judging by the results of the last round, the under-19 category, that boulder that we're looking at there might be one of the most difficult for the women. It's definitely saw the least tops. Only 3 in that category.
These are the two coordination boulders in the round. So the black and yellow for the women and the blue and white for the men. Both of them have a sort of coordination movement in the first half and also in the second half.
So we're about to initiate this semi-final phase of the under-21 male and female category with Daniele Panci from Italy on men's one, out of view at present, and Enni Malincha from Croatia here on women's one.
Enni just tipping off backwards. some quite big footholds, but the wall is slightly overhanging there, so it does push you backwards off them.
Meanwhile, with Daniele on men's one here, trying to navigate these very small sort of two screw-on footholds that are perched on the very edge of these blocks volumes. Daniele just not managing to get weight through that first one. Transition off the first volume to the second. So back with Eni on women's one. It's good camera angle, this, and probably not achievable later in the competition because of the athletes on the mats on the left-hand side. So you just, in this moment, you get to see how far those footholds, those yellow grizzly footholds, protrude from the wall. I mean, honestly, on my inspection earlier, before the competition initiated, I thought that would be quite a reasonable position to find a good balancing point in. But as Alex has said, the wall does, it's sort of deceptive when you're stood in front of it. It does kick back by a few degrees, maybe 10 degrees overhanging, maybe 5 degrees overhanging.
Yeah, you can see as she's moving upwards, as she gains more height, you can see her head is being pushed back and pushed further back by the wall. So essentially, as you're setting up to go for the zone hold, you know, the wall is getting progressively steeper as you move towards that hold. And it's just kicking her off. She hasn't quite managed to find the balance point here. Is Eni setting up again? We should be able to secure the zone on this go. Okay, and she was actually, so a bit of progress from previous attempts.
So Eni, 20 years of age, active since 2021. She's got 17 participations on the books on the IFSC calendar, and she placed 9th back in the Youth European Cup in Graz in 2024. And then, since then, only made 1 semi-finals, so she's got to be pleased to be sort of active in this semi-final phase of this competition and see if she can put a good semi-finals under her belt, starting with this first women's boulder. Daniele, 1 year younger, 19 years of age, and 78 centimeters high. Only 4 participations on the books. Best place was in the Continental Youth Cup in Lithuania back in 2023, where he placed 10th. Most recent competition was, well, he actually went out to the Youth World Championships in Seoul, where he placed a very respectful 32nd place. And that was August 2023. Then it seems like he's been a bit inactive since then, so maybe taking the opportunity to enter into international competition here on home turf. Maybe he's chosen not to travel. But being as this competition is held here in Curno, in Bergamo, on home soil, it seems like an excellent opportunity to compete against other European athletes.
Yeah, one of the British coaches saying to us the other day that this clashes with a lot of the school exams for these competitors.
Ah,
so
yeah.
obviously all of these competitors at essentially quite crucial stages in life as far as their education is concerned, either with school or university. So it can affect their participation in these rounds a little bit.
So we have, stepping out onto the mats now, Karla Zrinski from Zagreb in Croatia. She last competed in the European Cup in Rome in April this year. And then we also have Tetiano Sordam from Netherlands, who is just getting to grips with men's one. He's 19 years of age, and his last competition was also the European Cup in Rome back in April.
So the first 2 athletes out, struggling to make much impact on these boulders, so we'll see if the next 2 can make a little bit more progress.
Did you notice many changes to the boulders for this classification?
I thought I saw the route set as I passed through briefly between the rounds. I thought that I saw the route setters holding a screw on up under the underside of one of these volumes, but there isn't one there now. So they might have been discussing an option that they didn't go for. And then I'm not sure if, so the 2 purple blockers at the top of this volume. I don't remember them from the previous round, but whether that is simply my memory.
Got some photos that I can use as a reference from these boulders previously, and yeah, well remembered.
Okay, yep. So there's the two purple screw-ons on the point of that volume on the women's boulder. So that's potentially just going to make that a slightly worse handhold. Looks like they've been put in as blockers. So you could probably still hold the top of the volume a little bit, but you won't be able to get your fingers into the back of it. Whereas I think, okay, so now we've got a close-up of the men's boulder. So I think the change is that the two green screw-ons, the right-hand one did have a screw-on underneath it, so it was being pushed out, and now only the left one does. So essentially, the two footholds close together, just to the right of where he is now. The right-hand one has been made a little bit worse, essentially a little bit shallower. It's had the plate taken off behind, which just pushed it a bit further out from the wall. And ultimately, those are the sort of changes that you get at this level of competition. Very, very minor changes. You're always sort of walking this tightrope between, the boulders being a tiny bit too easy or a tiny bit too hard. It's difficult, like a game of tiny margins that the route setters are having to play.
Yeah, it becomes like quite important for their profession to know the field of athletes in detail, right? And I guess with the collective minds within this route setting team, different route setters will have different insights into different athletes depending on the competitions that they've worked on in the past or maybe the country that they are from. So yeah, between them, they have to make an educated decision about any adaptions. What adaptions, if any, to make.
And obviously, because this is the semi-final round, they have had the chance to see all these athletes climbing across 6 boulders in the qualification. So it also lets them know how the athletes are performing this weekend, because that's always the difficulty as well. Particularly, I find with the junior athletes, they're a lot of them they're still growing, they're changing, and if you've seen them perform a year ago, they can be quite significantly different a year later. So that's the end of that second rotation on boulder 1. Again, the athletes struggling to make much impact.
Yeah, Carla just looking a little bit too far from the wall as she springs up for this. You can just see her come away from the wall.
So now...
we're going to welcome Rosa Arnold from Helsinki in Finland out onto the mats. And Paul Hadier from Austria, means from Alderans, which is a municipality in Austria.
We've also got the athletes on boulders 2 as well. So as the competition progresses, we'll soon have athletes on all 4 boulders at once.
And our lives become a lot more difficult.
Okay, so on women's 2, this is quite a physical boulder. Certainly in the previous round, potentially not the hardest boulder for the women, but perhaps the second hardest. So good progress there.
Yeah, Nifa Croatia just tuning to brush that women's 2. I don't see any adaptions made by the route setters to that boulder in particular.
No.
We saw early athletes come out and really fight with those edges and find the sort of basic physical nature of that boulder to be quite a challenge. And then as the competition progressed, we saw people move through those sections of climbing with relative ease, actually.
So I think, again, whether this is my memory, but I'm not sure if that foothold has got a little bit steeper.
No, I 100% agree.
Has changed a bit. Okay,
yeah.
And that is the first time we've seen an athlete actually just jump to it with 2 hands. I don't think we saw anyone successfully do it in that way in the previous round. Daniele looking strong here. Spoke slightly too soon.
Yeah, we've got a lot more insights on these boulders than you typically might, because we've seen them attempted by 24 different athletes with 24 different sets of strengths and weaknesses. So we can immediately start speaking from a point of some relative experience.
So Rosa with a top on women's 1. So again, based on the previous round, I think this a top on this boulder is pretty important if you want to make finals. I think that's probably the boulder in the women's tour that we're likely to see the most tops on.
Meanwhile, back here on men's 1, Paul Hadier from Austria. Yeah, choosing to sort of sit into that move a little bit more of a bend in the knees, getting his centre of gravity a bit lower. Sort of seems eventually you need to come out of that position now and sort of stand high on the right-hand foothold.
Yeah, it looks difficult to transfer over. It's kind of, you have to manoeuvre yourself around the volume. It pushes you out as you move across.
Daniele just choosing to remove some chalk from his hands to get a bit more press on this clear, smooth plastic volume. Obviously not a great piece of material to have underneath your hands, that really to gain opposition against. So getting a little bit frustrated with that, but pulling on again for another go. So without score on the first boulder and just a zone there for Daniele on men's 2. He's going to be pretty frustrated with that start, I suppose, but yeah, I think they're quite tough boulders to get to grips with.
Yeah, that men's number 2, certainly from the previous round, it would appear that was definitely one of the hard to pick really between boulders 2 and 3 for the men, over which is the hardest based on the number of tops.
So we just watched Rosa make a top of women's 1, first top of this age category on her second attempt. So that's a great start from her. And then we're going to welcome to the mats Alma Shlomovitz from Israel, our 4th female athlete out to the mats.
Very strong turnout from Israel in the under-19, so we'll see if they can do the same in this category.
And then we also welcome out Quito Martin from France out on men's 1. I actually watched Quito climb in Geneva back in October last year. Very impressive. Like his result, coming 6th place, really doesn't give a fair picture relative to what I witnessed on the mats. I mean, he chose some really interesting methods on some of the boulders and was very close to making 1 or 2 tops that would have put him in first, you know. That final was a particularly difficult one, and eventually one of the athletes, Slav from Bulgaria, won with only 1 top, the only top of the finals actually, so it was a particularly difficult round. But yeah, Quito looked great in those boulders, so let's see what he can do here today.
I think possibly the first athlete to make it to this stage in the boulder in this round. So now standing up on that foothold that's been adjusted slightly. He's going to have to bring his left foot into another one next to it, and then move the right foot up. Oh, he's struggling with that foothold.
Yeah, not finding that left screw on underneath his toe, or if he did, you know, just trying to apply pressure to it at the wrong angle, and it popped off twice, didn't it, before he ended up back down on the mats. Yeah, but good progress. Looks confident on his feet today. Looks like he's got the right choice of shoes. Let's see what he can do on his next attempt. And meanwhile, back on both women's 1, women's 2, and men's 2 in the centre of the screen there. So we have a Croatian athlete here on women's
Charlotte. Okay, so that's the move that she fell off on her last go. So she's now setting up for the end, right, left hand again. Okay.
Brilliant. Yeah, we've seen a couple of methods for the top of that boulder, either left hand again, or some athletes choosing to lock their left hand on the lower edge and roll through with the right hand to the top hold. So, I mean, honestly, that go again method seems to be the line of least resistance, I would say, if you've got the height, or if you've got the length, and you can make it.
Yeah, the cross-through method was what the route setters described as the strong fingers method.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, really having to crimp hard on that left hand, on the sort of point of the arete.
I think also it's possibly one that favours the slightly smaller athletes. They'll fit in that space to cross through a little bit better. Or you have a slightly more powerful, but perhaps slightly less fingery go again.
Keto well established. In between those two volumes. Oh, and just overbalancing and peeling away from the wall. Yeah, just sort of barn dooring out, really. Sort of centre of gravity sort of rotating out round that central axis. And just, not managing to return to the wall. So yeah, that signifies the end of their attempts on these boulders. And we're going to welcome out our fifth athletes, Maya Patel from Great Britain and Finn Altamole from Germany. There's a reasonable field of British athletes out here, and a deep field of French athletes here across the age categories.
Some interesting knee positions going on a men's one.
Yeah, wow. Really showing some rotation there in the lower leg. Yeah, mobility playing a big part in what you can and can't achieve in terms of placing your feet. Talking to that young man Reese from the British team yesterday and hearing his insights into how much work he's had to do to sort of gain more hip mobility to allow him to place his feet higher in competition under control. You know, it's not necessarily a consideration of flexibility alone, but actually strength and mobility.
So Maya's securing the zone there, then falling off the next move.
So that's just shot her up into third place.
Yep.
So low scoring round so far. So any zone activity will give you a standing at this stage, early stage of these semi-finals here at Bergamo.
Stereotypically, because they're climbing in reverse order of qualification, we might expect the later athletes to score a little bit higher, but it doesn't always work that way. So Maya, she knows what to do on this start section now. Opting to find crimp the edge of the volume just below those blockers.
Yeah, look at this, creeping up to that zone with relative stability. That was brilliant.
So has she got the accuracy for the next move? Really blind move this. We can see the holes on our screens fairly easily, but I think for the athletes, with the angle that they're coming into it, it's much, much harder to see.
Yeah. Seems like that's the decisive move of the boulder there for on women's one. You know, if you complete that move, we haven't seen anybody struggle to make it to the top hold. It's sort of a formality, and lots of athletes were just dropping their feet off and campusing the last move.
Okay, and another big dyno out to the zone.
So Paul,
number 2.
This is Paul Hader from Austria.
Okay. Yeah, you can see as soon as he like pulled up to go for the last move, that left foot went. We didn't really see anyone doing it that way in the previous round. It was just quite a basic pull through off the foot. Pretty much everyone did some form of contortion, putting their foot up on the zone hold. Yeah, left or right. Yeah, a few different methods, but all involved something that would dislocate my knee if I tried it.
That mobility being really important for moves like that. Being able to bunch up into tight spaces and get the contact of your foot, whether it be the toe or the heel, in the right angle, and being able to load it. I mean, that's yeah.
I thought Maya, she looked really close to that then. She may have run out of time.
Yeah, do you think she's got time with 24 seconds left? That's really tight for an attempt.
She knows this start. I think she has got time. She's just got to not rush it. Same for Paul. He's in now and he does have time to do this last move. Is he gonna? Yeah, he's going to same method. On the foot slip. Okay, and Maya is in.
Just in time. Awesome.
Buzzer beater.
Bravo. So the next two athletes that we're going to welcome out onto the mats in the women's category, under 21, it is Emilia Andersson from Sweden. And the men's, we have Romain Sabatier from Switzerland. Relatively local competition for the Swiss athletes, just depending on where they're located within their home nation. Let's see what damage Romain can do on this first slab boulder. If he spent any time in Ticino, he might have some great experience under his belt for this sort of a boulder. Let's see. That's a tentative start from him.
And so you can see on the left of the screen as well. Oh, this camera angle's changed, but men's free, the powerful one.
Quito looking good on this. Wow, choosing to sink low and just compose himself before coming into the upper section. I mean, we know it gets incredibly difficult on this next crimp, and we have seen an athlete attempt it off the left hand, bunching right up and rolling over with the right hand, but it wasn't successful in that method, was it? So
I've seen someone trying to, putting the left hand up and then changing the right hand to mantle.
Yeah, that's right.
Trying to slap again with the left.
That's right.
It's not really much. There's that volume on the side looks like it's more to help you set up for the crimp, but doesn't really seem to help much for the last move.
Emilia looking very close on that attempt, but yeah, just as we said before, that it is really low visibility, that the hold that you're going for is excluded by the yellow large sort of grizzly PU hold that it's mounted on, so your vision is obscured and it's a really hard dead point to make, and although it's not particularly far away and it doesn't look like a particularly physical move, the accuracy element is really playing into whether people are successful or not. Alma looked good there. That attempt on the last hold, you know, the hold was out of camera shot there for a moment, but it looked like she would have been covering the right sort of distance to make the last move.
Yeah. She's got plenty of time to do it. So Emilia setting up again for this dead point into the slot. Oh, I could see just as soon as she started moving up, she was coming out from the wall.
Quito taking a long look at that boulder from far away, sort of choosing to walk right out to the edge of the mats to sort of inspect what he's going to be wrestling with in the upper section of men's 2.
Well, it's good experience to do that. Also, you know, making sure that there's no hidden blockers above that finishing hold that you might not be able to see from below.
Yeah, you don't need that.
Remain into the foot swap section.
Just panning over to women's 1 here with Emilia.
She looked slightly better, but still not like it was going to quite work. Okay, so this is a key boulder for the women based on the previous round. This one had very few tops. So if Carla can secure a top on this, probably be quite important.
Oh, just you could see that movement up, but
struggling with that.
Off those
she is
bodies.
out of time. Quito does have time, but for only one last go. And he's off.
Not getting any purchase with the left foot. The right hand wooden volume that Quito's trying to stand on there from the French company Artline. It is very flat. It only protrudes from the wall maybe 6-7 centimeters, and all of its profiles are very shallow, so there's really nothing for the athletes to press off with the left foot. So no additional screw on and no section that is raised or any more positive than even the profile of the wall itself. So yeah, athletes struggling to do much with that foothold. And
so I suspect a little bit of blood on the hold. So we have the chief route setter, Andy, heading up to, he's just squirted something onto that, probably some antibacterial spray, and now he's brushing a bit of chalk on there to clean it up for the next athletes.
Well, we'll have to manage the time for the next athlete that's going to approach this boulder. Presumably there will be a pause in proceedings on this boulder in its entirety, and there will be a period of rest.
They also potentially just sort of pop the athlete one down the spacings. It's just for this round, that was a very quick first look at men's number 4, which is their coordination boulder. But now we're back to Rosa on women's 3.
She's read it right. She's looking for that toe hook immediately, but just not found it on that attempt.
We've seen a bit of a mix on that move. Some of the athletes choosing to place the toe hook first and then cross up, and some choosing to do it dynamically.
So welcome to Piotr Nidzik from Poland, out here on men's 1.
So Maya on the first, the steepest of the women's boulders, looking to try and put the right foot somewhere in the handholds. They are blocked, really, to stop you doing that.
Just panning from men's 1 over to women's 1
So
to
quite
catch the Israeli athlete on the wall.
So a bit of a cartwheel off men's 3.
Oh, brilliant.
Okay. So looking pretty casual on that move.
Top there from Ruth Ram from Israel on the first of the women's boulders. As we said, once you've hit that hold after the zone, the top of the boulder just seems like a formality, that move up and right. Don't really struggle with that at all.
Okay, so this is what we've seen more success from the athletes, is with the left foot out into that little foothold in the roof.
So yeah, we've got some momentum on women's 1 now. We've got 3 athletes that have managed to top that boulder, and funnily enough, Carla, our leader in the competition with 1 top and 1 zone, she didn't actually manage that first boulder. It was the second that she managed to topple in her 4-minute time period. As we're back with Piotr from Poland on men's 1, trying to make enough room for the foot swap on this second of the wooden volumes. Nicely done, Piotr. Excellent. Seems in relative balance at the moment, but stretching out far with his hand there. So potentially putting himself quite out of balance and having to fight hard to maintain some equilibrium in the middle of the wall there.
Scoring the zone here, potentially with, there
we
go.
Nice.
Whoa, okay, that would be,
yeah,
that'd be interesting to see if that zone has been awarded. Kind of, you could argue that he did use it to move his right hand up to the next volume, but you could also argue that he kind of didn't really stop falling off at any point through that movement.
Yeah.
So certainly if he was awarded it and I was a coach for another team, I'd potentially appeal it. That's
ruthless.
Well, that's sort of the job of the coaches, because
Yeah.
of that allows their athlete to progress further.
Yeah. Just seeing a replay there of the top on women's 1 from Ruth Ram from Israel. Nicely done. That's a great way for her to get her competition off to a start. So we welcome to the mats a new addition from the Italian team, a local athlete, Leone Hoffer, who has competed recently in the Italian national bouldering championships, or the 3 rounds of the Coppa Italia. She's looked great in some of those competitions. You know, I've watched her in person in Modena at Rock and Fire a couple of months ago, and just missing out on a podium there. So it'll be interesting to see how she gets on with these boulders.
So she's looking ready to set up for the zone. Managing to find a little bit of a crimp there between those 2 blockers.
Looked like she was hoping to get a bit more out of that zone to control the movement at the end of it, no? And maybe she could be a bit more cautious in the approach.
I think she needed to get over the left foot a little bit more.
Okay.
She looked like she was still quite sort of stuck to the right. I mean, that zone hold is basically just something that you push on the underside with your thumb. So if you haven't got your weight over the foothold, you use it to push yourself down into the foothold. So she needs to get her hips left. So let's see if she can do it this time. Yeah, so she's leaning in much more left.
Oh, excellent control there. Yeah, nice. Really good move into the zone hold as she sort of establishes the position before she can make the jump to this next hold, which is obscured from her view. Oh, yeah.
Sort of looked like she hit her left hand on the yellow hold on the way up.
Yep.
Okay, so here
we've seen that on a couple of different occasions. So here we have Finn Altemola from Germany fighting with men's 2 on that horizontal pinch in the middle of the wall. I mean, this is maybe one of the most grip intensive boulders for the men. Yeah. You know, we've got a boulder in the section of the wall, the overhanging section of the wall, which is obviously clearly very physical and relying on your strength on slopers. But with this pinch, the character of this boulder is very intense on that grip type. And then the following hold, which is a crimp, is also a bit of a stopper for some of the athletes. Some of the athletes managing to hold it but not really doing anything with it. And then other athletes managing to do something with it, but obviously it's a serious fight. Yeah,
so between men's 2 and men's 3, you've got a power move off a pinch, a power move off a crimp, and a power move off a sloper. So that's good.
Great spread of requirements. So back with Leone on women's 1. I'd really like to see her get a top on this boulder before her allotted time runs out. She's got only 26 seconds left.
It is a fast boulder, so she has got time to do it.
Yeah, she does have time on the clock, does she not, for this?
If she sticks this next move, she'll be in.
Just needs some laser pinpoint accuracy. Oh, that was awfully close.
Best attempt.
She still stabbed her fingers by the looks of things, but then managed to grasp the red hold, but just didn't have enough.
Yeah, not quite in
contact.
there all the way, maybe.
Yeah. That's a frustrating start for her, but she looks good on the wall.
3 more boulders to go.
Yeah, plenty of time to recover in the competition. So we've got our next 2 athletes about to join us on the mats. We have Arianna Franken from Austria, and we have Gad Pick from Israel. Arianna last competed at the European Cup in Brussels back at the beginning of this month, where she placed 25th. And the same competition was also Gad's last competition, where he placed 22nd. Arianna managed to place 4th in the European Cup in Graz on home turf back in 2024. That must have been an exhilarating competition for her. Just outside of the podium.
Okay, so quick look at women's 4. So this is the women's coordination boulder. Lache across the wall.
Oh, quite a dynamic method there from Gad on that attempt.
Yeah. Looks like it could work if you get the timing just right, but it's a bit risky.
Yeah, you've not got much to stop on with your hand. You know, the sort of inclination of all of the sides. I mean, they're quite a three-dimensional volume, or they reach a point, but they have many different sides, and I think it's quite hard to tell what you'll have to oppose your feet with. Could find yourself grasping at nothing.
Yeah, the route set said that you do use the sort of the undercutty side pull on the one that's in front of him now as you do that transfer across. Okay, so that was a quick look at the men's coordination boulder. When they suss that move out, they make it look very easy. But it's another one that if you're coming out from the wall at all, I think it's really hard to stick the last part of the movement. Ariane crimping on the edge of the volume.
Oh, nice. Nicely up to the zone. Yeah, she looks stable here. Let's see what she can do with this attempt. Nice. Oh, that was good. That was excellent. Yeah, didn't have any issues with the with catching the hold that red crimp is mounted on. Yeah, really accurate climbing there. Just shows that precision. Incredibly important on a boulder like that.
It's taken her a few attempts, but again, I think topping that boulder pretty important for the women if you want to make finals.
Yeah, from our previous experience watching the under-19 on these boulders, seemed like the easiest boulder to top. So we're now with Keto in the steep ground of the wall. Yeah. Interesting to see how he manages with that sloper after seeing some of his compatriots from France, you know, and their sort of body language when they were hanging from it.
We have seen people being able to get a bit of a toe lock in that starting crack.
Yeah.
But more with the right foot. It's kind of at a funny angle, so it seems to be right foot quite low in it, which makes the next move up a bit of a lurch. But if the toe hook stays, then it just makes the slopers feel so much better.
Yeah, I would think it would be essential, but it's remarkable to see what some of the athletes have managed to do footless on that boulder. You know, hanging the red sloper and even campusing up to the purple hold up and left.
I suspect if you're strong enough to campus off them, it's almost a slightly safer method because it means you're not swinging around on them.
Okay.
I mean, it's those slopers. If you can keep your body really still beneath it, I mean, it's still a bad hold, but not as bad. But as soon as you start swinging around, that's when they become really hard.
Yeah. We've not seen anybody manage to campus into the undercut after that. You know, they've sort of made success into these moves, but I wonder if it's a sort of method with false economies. You know, you sort of end up in a situation where you're very close to holding the zone, but, you know, it's just physically out of reach without some contact with your feet.
Okay. So we
this
go.
is
That
looking
is
excellent.
That is the toe lock.
Amazing.
In the crack.
Excellent climbing there from the Austrian athlete, German athlete, excuse me.
This, I mean, is this not quite a flash go? It's not many attempts because we're still over 3 minutes. Oh, and he dropped the match. So we've seen the match on that seems to be right hand over the top of the hold. He was trying to bring his right hand underneath the hold. It looked like he was rushing at the top there.
Yeah, fighting with that purple hold for his left hand.
But also sort of, it was almost like as soon as he got his left hand on it, as if his composure went a little bit. I don't know if he felt his hands slipping around.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looked like that.
Felt like he was in a rush.
Yeah, I mean, you've just seen him pick up the brush and just start going at that left hand purple hold intensely. So he obviously wants to get a bit more from that hold, and he thinks brushing it's going to improve that for him. So, but amazing effort through the start of that climb. You know, choosing to keep his feet in contact with the wall, and I really think that's the betting man's method to gain success in taking the undercut, which is the zone hold on that boulder with the, you know.
Yeah, building that right heel into the red sloper.
Yeah, brilliant. So we've
So
got...
if the previous round is anything to go by, you potentially could make finals without doing men's 2, but that makes men's 3 even more important. It's essentially I think the boulder with the second least amount of tops.
So Finn didn't score on the men's 1, which is the slab boulder on the right-hand side.
Okay.
And he only scored a zone on men's 2. So, you know, with his progress on these first attempts of this boulder here, it would be amazing for him to secure a top, put him in a good position to be a contender for finals.
So what the other athletes have done on that last move, they've quite often had a heel to go into it, but not quite so far left on the hold, and they've switched it to a toe. And I think it's that left foot heel so far over on the hold as he pulls up into the finishing hold.
Yeah.
He's essentially pulling his foot past the end of the foothold, and you can see it skidding off.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we see athletes use the heel regularly now. Obviously, it's a big part of climbing. But sometimes that choice between whether to use a heel and whether to use a toe, you know, there's fine margins there. And you can obviously pull more in certain angles and with a toe. And also you leave yourself in a stronger position with the toe in contact with the wall for later moves, you know. So once your body's above your foot, in some instances or in many instances, it's better to have a toe in contact with the wall. So, you know, yeah, if you leave yourself enough time on the clock, it would be amazing if you could play with both. But yeah, that 4 minutes really narrowing your opportunity to sort of test these different types of beta on the wall.
So we've gone to a slightly different feed at the moment. I think the technical team they're running around with something, so we can still see all the boulders, but in a slightly different format.
So we will now welcome Gabriele Kern from Sweden on men's 1, and we will welcome Hannah Hattenbach from Germany on women's 1. Both of whom are on the wall. Hannah in good position.
And that's top on men's 4. It's like Quito from France, I think.
While we're here with Ruth Graham, she's just taking a pause in between her attempts on women's 3. So you can really see from this camera angle the steepness of the wall in that section of this, referred to as a strapiombo in Italian, this section of wall here at Robbia in Bergamo. It's definitely the steepest part of their bouldering ground, and it's great to have the athletes transitioning from, you know, relative slab climbing from the right of the wall into something much more powerful. So giving them a challenge in various different ways. Ruth there just running the clock down on women's 3, just trying to recover as much as possible and leaving less and less time for this attempt as she makes the start moves. I mean, those moves are tough, and we've seen people who've looked confident on them once they've found the methodology fail again.
I think it's a really I think the start is quite a learned move.
Yeah,
so it
still
takes a bit of
droppable
time
though.
to figure out.
Still
yeah.
droppable, yeah.
Whereas this end bit just looks pretty hard.
Yeah.
Very like a wrestle.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen athletes place their left heel high and sort of extend out to the top hold with their right hand. And then we've also seen smaller athletes manage to use the very poor wooden volume with their right foot and gain enough off that to make the distance to the top hold. And, you know, if you're right size, you know, that seemed to be a very suitable method, as we see some good progress here on men's 3 from this Swiss athlete.
Okay, so watch that left foot. So is he going to try and change it. Yeah, so he's just sort of skipped it. Okay, so didn't quite make it, but you could see him skip that left foot over a little bit to bring it more onto the toe.
So Romain looking pretty strong on those moves. Just going to try and get an update with regards to how much longer they've got left on the clock. Only 42 seconds left. Let's see if he can give it enough of an attempt within this allotted time period. I'm not sure if he's going to. Sort of seems like he stepped away from the mats. Yep, I think that's been enough for him. We're just playing with our visuals here on our monitors and not getting the clearest picture of what's happening, so bear with us. We'll try and keep you updated as best as we can.
So we're starting to see the first of some of the complete scores coming in, very, very close to that. And I think as we progress through the round, I suspect 2 tops in the women's might be enough for finals, and I think 3 tops certainly will be.
So now we welcome in the women's field Isabella Eddington from Great Britain, and for the men we have Italian national athlete Luca Boldrini. He placed 12th in the European Cup in Brussels back in May. And Isabella Eddington's last competition was the European Cup in Geneva, actually, back in October 2024. Seeing some action from Leona Hoffer on women's 3 there. She's had a good couple of physical goes at those starting sequence. Try and get established, go to the zone.
A lot of the male athletes really struggling with the start of boulder number 2. Just struggling really to move out of the starting position. So it's the boulder where they effectively climb up into the starting position a little bit more. That you can see that the crimp high on the wall that they're using for the right hand is actually the start hold. So sort of getting into there, needing the heel hook with the right foot to help them secure it, and then just really kind of struggling to move.
Yeah, we've got Tolani from France on men's 2, and he found success on the men's 1 slab boulder on only his 2nd attempt. Wonder how he will transition to this style of climbing, which requires a bit more brute force. Luca a bit frustrated with the sequence there, just not happy with those volumes and how much he's getting off them for his feet. Back down on the mats for the moment as he just sets off for another attempt. And then meanwhile, Leone trying a different method on women's 3, just trying to move up more to the left into the first black volume independently of the other one. Not getting any opposition there, but maybe she feels like that will go a little bit better for her.
And so you could hear a lot of cheering then. I think that was because of the athlete on men's number 2. Didn't make it to the top, but we're definitely getting higher.
Yeah, Tolani from France. We've seen French athletes look really strong in those movements. So if he's anything like his teammates, then I'd like to see him further on this boulder. We just signify 1 minute left for these guys on this attempt.
The top on women's 1 for Isabella. Okay, so women's number 3, just going for that same method. I think it might be possible, but it's definitely a lot harder.
Yeah, it seems like she's generating the right sort of movement, but then just at the peak of the move, where she would begin to come in contact with that volume, she just sort of runs out of steam. And
I think it's leading her down a bit of a false alley.
Exactly,
I think.
exactly.
And then she's seen the time on the clock, so has attempted something different. Okay, so 10 seconds. If we can get a top on men's 2, this would be impressive.
No, he's just not got enough of a handful there. Wasn't happy with that, was he, at all? Sort of jumped off the wall. Yeah.
I mean, if he was able to do that move by just sort of smearing on the volume and powering up, that would be, I think, the first time we'd seen the move done that way.
So we're about to welcome Martina Bersikova onto the mats from Bratislava, and we will welcome Matiev Margon from Slovenia onto the first 2 of our boulders. Martina's from Slovakia. She competed at the European Cup in Brussels at the beginning of this month, where she placed 18th. And Matev from Slovenia, he competed in the European Cup in Rome here in Italy at the beginning of April. That was his last competition.
Okay, and is that a flash on women's number 1?
With that
not quite
minimal time expired, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a flash. Let's reset our scoring and have a look.
And I think that's what we'll see a little bit more as we progress through the athletes. Women's number 1, it's going to be topped a lot and potentially flashed a bit.
So we've had 13 climbers out in both fields so far. Well, actually 13 for the men, 13 for the women, and we've had only 12 for the men because of that pause for the cleaning of the hold on men's 2.
Route on women's number 4, attempting to dyno all the way to the top. I have seen a few athletes have a bit of a go at that, but not anyone do that successfully.
And then we are now back to a normal visual for ourselves here, so we can see exactly what you're seeing at home if you're watching. But unfortunately, that was only momentarily, so we'll try to keep you updated with what's on your screen. But at present, we're not 100% confident what that is. So I believe you have the Austrian athlete, number 606, present in the centre of your screen. She's about to attempt women's boulder 3. And we can also see an attempt on men's 2 in the centre of our screens, out to the pinch, but unsuccessful there from the Swedish athlete, unfortunately. Yeah, we're not seeing as many of the guys get as well established on that big pinch in the centre of the wall as we did in the previous age category. So the under-19s seem to sort of cope with that sequence of movement for the most part, in some way, shape or form. I mean, I'm not saying that they all were successful in holding it with 2 hands, but we saw much more progress in that first area. So it might change in this round as we move through the athletes, but that remains to be seen.
If the route setters have rotated that foothold a little bit, then it would possibly make that method for shouldering out to it and keeping the right hand on the crimp a little bit harder, which is what this Swiss athlete is attempting.
So you should have Ariana in the centre of your screen from Austria making attempts on women's 3. She's just out of time there, as are the rest of the athletes as they return to isolation. And we welcome out Arina Jucheno from Prague in Czech. And for the men, we have our next Italian male athlete, Niccolò Sacripanti. Both of these athletes competed in the European Cup in Brussels back in 2025. At the very beginning of this month, May the 4th, Arina managed to place 45th, and Nicolo was quite way up the field in 10th in that competition.
Okay, and that's interesting method on women's 3, which may or may not be on your screen, but a bit of a foot first method into a toe hook.
Ah, which boulder was that on? The
women's 3, so the yellow squadra holds at the start.
Nice. Okay.
Apologies, we've still got our screen is flicking around quite a lot between lots of different things, so we're not 100% sure on what you can see.
Yeah, we'll try and keep you updated as best we can.
But we've got an athlete making good progress on men's number 2, although he's just dropped off, but secured the zone and was setting up for the finishing move.
Nicolo Sacripanti on men's 1. Just getting to grips with this second volume in this sequence on the slab. Seems to be treading around trying to find his feet, and yeah, he's just taken a fall there. Frustrating, but still plenty of time on the clock for him to have some more attempts at that boulder and get his competition off to a good start. Arina looking really good now, mate. That dead point, and up to the last hold of that women's 1 boulder with foot still in contact with the wall. So yeah, choosing a very safe method, and as we've said before, pretty essential boulder to top for the women. Glad to see her get that done.
Isabella on boulder number 2, securing the zone, and the next hold just still fighting.
See how she approaches the top of this boulder. It looks like she's about to cross through.
I think she'll go again. Yeah.
Oh, you are right. Bravo.
There you go. So can she match it? It's not over yet. There we go.
Yeah, not much to grab there, because that last hold is blocked by 2 separate screw-ons which are upturned, so only exposing an edge in the center of the hold for you to grasp with your left hand, and you're making the match basically just touching the screw-ons that are in contact with it, or touching the screw-on itself. So,
and the feet are not great. They're big, but they are in the roof, and they're not. You can't get loads out of them.
yeah, you're on her overhanging prow there, aren't you?
Yeah.
So you're sort of leaving your feet behind, and they're not doing an awful lot for you to main contact with the wall.
So on men's number 3, we have an athlete just setting up for the zone, but unable to stick that move. Apologies, our screen has gone quite small at the minute, so we're struggling to see exactly who is on what, although we can sort of make out what they're doing.
We can see Nicolo Sacripanti on men's 1, just establishing himself on the first volume. And we've seen him progress to the second, but he's really struggled to sort of find his feet on that second volume. So let's see if he can make something work on this attempt. But unfortunately he's out of time there, as he's moved to the highest position that he's reached on that boulder in those dying seconds of his attempts. So yeah, unfortunately, Nicolo Sacripanti going back without a top on men's 1. So, as the men's field stand, we have Quito Martini lying in first with only one top on the final boulder. Romain with a close second with a top, but in 6 attempts on the same boulder. And then in third, Tolani from France found success on men's 1 after only 2 attempts. So he's lying in third with a zone to his name as well.
As we progress through the competition, if I was if I was a betting man, I would say I think the top placed male athletes will have a top on boulders 1 and 4, with possibly a top on number 3 as well. And I think the top placed female athletes will have tops on numbers 1 and 4 as well, and then again and probably 2, but maybe or maybe not boulder 3. So I think at the moment a lot of these results are a little bit subject to change.
Yeah, we've still got plenty of athletes to come out. 15 athletes have initiated this competition, so we have another 9 to follow. We've got a cool breeze coming into the isolation zone for the athletes, which is where we are placed. So unfortunately at the moment we are not able to see the competition live, being in a remote location, different part of the gym. So we can't really give you much insights into what the atmosphere's like out there on the mats. But in here, although it's a very beautiful day here in Bergamo at the Aerobia climbing gym in the commune of Curno, we can still feel a good breeze coming through, which should give the athletes a reasonable set of climbing conditions to sort of manage during their semi-final phase. So again, later we will have the under 17 category, and prior to this we had the under 19 category compete on the same boulders, and we've seen a few slight amendments to these boulders by the route setting team just to adapt the difficulty level to their predictions based on the field that are entering this competition. As we get our feedback and we can give you some direct insights into the people who are climbing. So women's 2, we have some action in the overhanging prow,
but no one on men's number 1 or men's number 2, so that means those athletes have topped those boulders. Possibly sort of we'll keep an eye on the scores. We'd sort of lost the visual for a little bit there, so we're not entirely sure what's happened in the last 5 minutes.
So on men's 2,
but we are back now.
Matiev from Slovenia has managed to flash men's 2.
Wow,
incredible!
Okay.
We'd love to see a replay of that if we can get that together at some point.
And Rhys Conlon from Great Britain flashed the men's number 1, I think.
Well, that's incredible from Rhys.
Okay,
flashing that slab with such tentative footwork. We not 100% whether you will have seen that in your feed. I hope you have, but if you haven't, we will try to catch some replays of that action in due course.
But that would be the first flashes of either of those. Well, the first, I think, possibly both. So the first flash of boulder number 1 for the men, and only the second top of it in this round, and both the first flash and the first top of men's number 2.
You're absolutely right, Alex. Yeah. So great performance from those athletes whilst we were just offline for a moment. So we can welcome out onto the mats now Luna de Chavez from France, and for the men we will have Arthur Rebolo from France also. So 2 French athletes on the extreme right of your screen on men's 1 and women's 1, and we have the Italian athlete on men's 2.
Solani fighting at the top of men's number 4, struggling on that move. Okay, and we have the Italian athlete on men's number 3, setting up for the finishing move. Can he make the match?
This is Luca Baldrini.
Right on that heel. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh. I think by the skin of his teeth on that match.
Yeah. Strong climber, Luca, like really capable. So great to see him get a top in this semi-final round.
Yeah, well, he had to fight hard for that one.
Yeah, didn't have any success on the slab, and unfortunately only a zone on men's 2, but we know that that is stopping most of the athletes in their tracks. So securing a top and a flash on men's 3 for Luca Bolderini is stands him in good stead. Shoots him right up the rankings into 4th place at this time.
Yeah, I suspect the zone, there's a good chance that the zone on men's 2 might be enough, but it's whether not topping the slab will come back to haunt him. So Niccolò setting up for the last move.
Wow, Niccolò Sacripanti looking strong there. Basically finding the crimp with ease, but then pulling very slowly through the crimp. Didn't get much, nothing dynamic about that attempt at the last hold.
But I think we've seen quite a lot of the athletes essentially do that, but not get the top.
Yeah.
What it would have been good to, I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay of the flash on men's number 2, because it would be quite interesting to see the method that was used.
Yeah, I'm eager to see those boulders. I'm sorry that we've missed them, and I hope that you've caught them at home if you are watching. But meanwhile, we're back on women's 3. Wow, with this double dart bow. Yeah.
So we've seen that attempted once or twice, but I think that's the first successful attempt on doing it that way. Oh.
Isabella Edgington from Great Britain here, progressing really well on women's 3.
Oh.
Very close attempt there, although she didn't seem to be very deep on that final hold. But with the zone on that, on her 3rd go, it's bumped her up into 2nd place. Isabella has managed to climb the first 2 boulders, the first one with her 6th attempt, and the second on her only her 3rd attempt. So she's already put some good work into this boulder, and I wonder if she's got time on the clock, Alex, for another attempt.
She's brushing it, so she's either being very courteous for the next competitor, or I think she's going to get back on.
Not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah,
we've seen that.
There we go. She's back on the boulder. I mean, the one thing I would say for her method is it was fast, so she has got time, but it's also extremely powerful. So I think, 20 seconds rest, perhaps not quite enough.
Yeah. Niccolò Sacripanti, he's got a lot to do in 12 seconds.
Yeah, and having to fiddle around with that crimp a lot.
Wow. Yeah, just proving too much there on the pinch. Good effort from Niccolò there. He looked strong in the upper section of that boulder. It was nice to see him getting close. Obviously not close enough to get a top, but well, at least he secured the zone in his allotted time.
So might be able to see a replay of Isabella's dyno here. Okay, yeah, and this is the top, and look at that left foot. You can see it's a lot of tension through there.
Yeah.
And then he kind of like, I think he matched, he secured the top and then fell off.
Yeah, it's like I think he released his pressure, and just a minute release in the grip pressure on the left hand meant that he sort of fired off that hold, but obviously he's awarded the top because he had it in control. Yeah,
I think it was a legit top, but I think he then fell off as opposed to jumped off. But that's okay, because he's got the top.
One and the same. Okay, so we've got action on all of the boulders in our screen at once. On the far side, we've got the 4th men's boulder, which is that dynamic sort of catch from left to right. Meanwhile, from Slovenia, we welcome Lina Funa to the mats.
It's looking very smooth through the start section, just dropping that move into the slot. We haven't seen much of boulders 4 yet. But from looking at the scores, we have had a flash of men's 4 from Quito, and a top from Romain. So I think that boulder will be an important one to do. Okay. Reese fighting hard here on men's 2, and it does look really hard to get your left foot over to that position. So essentially it's a hard move just to get out the starting position. So we have seen a few athletes in a previous round doing that method, going up with the left hand first. Does look like it's perhaps a method that favours being a little bit taller. Okay, we've got a feet first method on women's number 2. She will have to get the hand. Okay, so now she has secured that zone. So it looks very controlled, but it looks also pretty draining. And you can see she's starting to look tired. We've been hanging there for a long time, and that's possibly meant that she didn't have quite enough juice left in the tank for that next move. Okay, so Reese has managed to get established with the left hand up first. Okay. So now he's setting up for this move. Okay. Straight away looking at the clock when he fell off. So he's keen for another go. Okay, so that's got a little run on to get established. I think that's the first we've seen of that. Can he get the zone straight back on? Fortunately, I think he's going to run out of time to secure the zone on that. Okay, and that is 10 seconds left in this rotation. Okay, so now coming out we have, I think for the men, Jonathan from Israel and Lena from Austria. Jonathan straight onto the boulder, not much of a look at it before pulling on straight away, wasting no time. Okay, and a strong performance so far on men's number 2. Okay, and here we have, the foot on top, almost like a, wow. So that is the second flash of men's number 2. An interesting method, almost looked like a close to a figure of 4 sort of method. Really turning around and sitting on the foot and then going right hand again. That was Arthur Rebolo. So a flash of number 2 for him, and a top on his second attempt on boulder number 1 at the moment puts him in first place and with 2 boulders to go. So I think that's looking promising for a place in finals. Okay, and we have Niccolò Sacripanti setting up for the last move. Struggling. Not much to push off with the foot on top of that Dual-Tex volume. It's not just the fact that it is very slippy on the top, but it's also a pretty shallow angle. So it's a shallow volume on a slightly overhanging wall. So there really isn't that much to push off. Jonathan back on the slab, securing the zone. So now he's got this delicate foot swap, and you can see his legs are shaking a little bit, really struggling to get the foot in there. So the route setters did make a slight adjustment to that foothold. They took a plate off at the back, so essentially made it a little bit smaller. From watching the athletes on it, I also wonder if they've perhaps moved it slightly closer, leaving a little bit less room for the match. Okay, so we're now looking at the top of women's number 3 for Arena. Apologies. Okay, so just over 20 seconds left for these athletes to get a top if they can. Is enough time, but I think she looks out of energy. It's a very physical boulder to be repeatedly trying, but you can stand with a top on the slab just in time. And that is, we suspect that is quite an important boulder to top if you want to progress to finals. Okay, we're just watching a replay there of the top of men's number 4, and that is with a method that we haven't seen yet. Actually, completely ignoring the final fiberglass and rocking straight up to the finish off the block, off the crimp. So we have Levin from Switzerland and Ruby from Israel on boulders number 1. So I think that was Luca Boldrini in the replay of men's number 4 with that top. So quite an important top for him. That's currently putting him at first place in the rankings, but still with some key athletes to go. So 6 more athletes to come out, but also we do have some athletes still on the wall who haven't completed their round yet, so obviously the top end is still subject to change quite a bit. Now we have Reese on men's number 3, actually looking to see if he could possibly avoid that purple sloper altogether by going into backhand the undercut.
The best athletes of the first round getting ready for semifinals.
So, yeah, this, don't think we've yet to see anyone being able to do that last move on men's number 4 by pushing off the dual text. Oh, and Reese securing, so he definitely will have secured that zone, even if he doesn't manage to match it. Okay, but that is pretty significant.
Ronja testing some really interesting footwork there. Like the way she was playing around with her heel or her toe above, different locations on those volumes to try and find some sort of purchase before committing to the next movement. Quite a charismatic top of men's too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I would like to see some more action on that boulder, but I fear that might be our highlight.
Well, also, like, I think Luca's top on men's number 4 as well. And for me, just because it's like a unique method.
So for the women, we can introduce Noé Lusa from Switzerland, and for the men, we can introduce Tomer Jakubovic from Israel. We are next competitors on women's 1 and men's 2. Men's 1, excuse me. So yeah, just 5 athletes to come out for the men now after this, and 4 for the women.
Very strong Israeli contingent here this weekend.
Yeah, really enjoyed their performance and the French team's performance so far.
So that, I suspect that should be a zone on men's number 2. You can see he looked over at the judge.
Yeah, that was a brilliant effort.
But unable to match.
Oh, nice. Nice from Noé. Really direct, really accurate. No problems with that blocker. No problem topping the boulder there on that attempt. Excellent. Rounds off to a good start. You can see Arthur Rebolo from France just inspecting that roof line. And then here, we've got a replay of Jonathan from Israel, fighting hard with that green pinch in the center of the wall. And I mean, the physicality of him, you know, that he's just expressed only in that small space of time, gives me reason to believe that he might progress further with that boulder. Let's see what he does with the next attempt as we look at women's 4 here on the far side of the wall.
I think that's a new method on that move.
Yeah, sinking the heel into the high volume. That pretty contorted. Wow, look at him go.
Yeah, he's
Jonathan looking really strong on that.
Okay, so it's the first time he's managed that match though. Okay, so
Nice.
he's got enough energy left for this last move. Looks like he's going to try and go straight. Okay, changing his mind.
Yeah, not finding a position he was happy to power off, but looked so strong and so confident in it up until that point. And I feel like maybe that last move, he's expecting it to do it with the same level of control and stability that he's shown in the start of the boulder, but maybe he's going to have to be, you know, a little bit more.
I think we've just not seen. We've seen a lot of athletes attempt that last move in a very basic way, but we haven't really seen any of them. I would say even all that close to being able to do it in that way.
Yeah.
Apologies unless there has been an attempt that we've missed.
Yeah.
So everyone who has topped it, they've done something with their feet on the zone hold. So I think sometimes the athletes are getting up to that crimp, looking to do that last move in a basic way, and then essentially realising that they're just not going to be able to. So all of a sudden they're backing off and having to turn around.
Oh, no, he's a bit out of juice there. 30 seconds left. We're going to see maybe the last attempt from Niccolo Sacrapanti on the far side of the screen, the Italian athlete who's on the 4th boulder. He's just out of our camera shot. Yeah. No, this is just...
That's a load of last-ditch attempts, but I think with not enough time left.
Yeah, Niccolo placed in 11th at the moment, so just out of the contention there. Now we're about to enter Slav Kirov from Bulgaria is about to step onto the mats. He was the winner of the European Cup in Geneva back in 2024. I watched him climb. Very capable young man, and I'm excited to see him on the mats here at Robio in Bergamo this fine Saturday afternoon. And then for the women, we have Anastasia from Ukraine, who last competed out in Bali, actually, in the lead competition at the beginning of this month. And her last bouldering outing was the Youth European Championships in Troyes back in September 2024. See how these athletes get on. Slav was a powerful climber and confident in the sort of, I mean, there wasn't a particularly steep overhang back in Geneva when he won, but the walls were 30 to 40 degrees overhanging in certain areas. And the boulder that he topped was actually in the steepest section. And he found the method to match the last hold, which secured him the win on that occasion. So let's see what he can do with his footwork on the slab on men's 1 as we have a little look at women's 2 here with Ruby from Israel. Looking strong.
Yeah, starting to elbows going up
yeah.
a bit.
Yeah, I noticed that just at that moment, yeah. Yeah, just running out of contact strength there a bit.
There was something about the body language that just, you know, towards the end all of a sudden shifted gears and was trying to speed up.
Yeah.
Which sort of perhaps suggesting that she was starting to struggle.
Yeah.
I think the roof is really draining.
Yeah.
Even though it's basic, it's kind of hard to climb it all that fast. They're holding on to the holds for quite a long time.
Okay, a lot of time on the wall, yeah.
Or just a lot of time of constantly gripping with both hands, not really being able to relax either hand. So I think by the time they get onto those crimps at the top, they can be a little bit gassed.
Oh, close from Anastasia, really close. I mean, I thought she might have landed that. I'd like to just catch the wrong part of the hold in the last second. Slav back on the wall on the far side, and his first go was a good one. He looked a little bit dejected coming off the wall. Obviously he's still had plenty of time on the clock, so he's sort of run it down a little bit, but he's still got 2 minutes to play with. So
it is quite a slow boulder, so I think it's one that it's difficult to have too many attempts on.
Yeah,
especially if you're making progress, because you can't rush through it too much.
And meanwhile on men's 3 we have and
yeah, that's another method that we've seen often attempted but rarely succeeded.
And you see when you land the hold, you know how much force must be going through in opposite directions, you know, front and back, and then when you're rejected from the wall, that rotation that carries you down to the mats. I mean, he almost did 2 full rotations before he hit the floor. Incredible. Yeah, very powerful method. I'm not sure that can work without a foot to sort of, you know.
Seems to be right heel to your right hand to move into the undercut. I think Reese is the only one I've seen do something different, where he completely avoided that left-hand sloper, but then he did, and he did secure the zone, but wasn't able to match it.
This is nice work from Slav. I mean, yeah, he was tentative on that zone, but then
looks relieved.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yeah, big deep breath there. Bravo, Slav. Another good start to an Italian semi-finals for you.
Oh, and Reese, there we go. And
wow, incredible power off that low crimp.
So that
the penultimate white volume, not even getting a look, yeah.
Well, that is the method that Luca did.
Okay. Luca Baldrini. But Luca Baldrini's a taller stature than Reese, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, Reese was extended on that.
Yeah.
But that's
immense.
That's a good effort with not much time left, and
absolutely
pretty important. That has put him at the moment into 2nd place.
Wow, incredibly, yeah, showing his wingspan, showing the distance that he could cover with just the breadth of his shoulders and the sheer force he could generate. Yeah, that was an excellent top from Reese. So we now welcome out Adi Bark from Israel in the men's category.
Which means I think we have 3 Israeli male athletes out on the mats at the moment.
And finally, Lizia Martinez Almendros from Spain on women's 1. She competed actually Her last competition was in Bologna, so in Italy, in the centre of Italy, back in September 2024. That was a lead competition. Her last bouldering outing was the World Cup in Innsbruck in 2024, where she placed 37th. That was June 2024. So a little bit of time out of competition here. But a nice opportunity for her to get in the mix. Wow, really getting a close up there of that thumb catch that you have to use as the zone hold to then progress in that boulder. As we look at the steeper ground of this wall, both the Israeli athlete getting close to the top and a Swiss top on women's 2.
Okay, yeah, and that's that shift to the toe.
Oh wow!
Okay, I think he's
Risky.
he's going to drop that left hand back down. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're really progressing to an area of the hold that I don't think the route setters would imagine you would match.
There is a lot of chalk up there, and that is, I think, essentially from the right hand coming in for the match.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it's a little bit of a wild goose chase that, but ultimately wasn't happy with the left-hand side pull aspect of that hold. That's strange because we've seen some confident tops in the previous round from the under-19s. As soon as they were into that position, although it seems difficult, once the left foot was in a good position and the right foot was toe hooking, the match seemed like a formality, and we thought it might not be. We thought it might be quite difficult.
I think the difficulty is to pull up into a position to be able to match.
Okay.
So it looks like once they, again, it's that shifting of the heel to the toe and putting the toe hook in, but also just pulling up that little bit higher to really make the toe hook work.
Addy really adjusting. Oh, sorry. Are we with Thomas or
Yeah.
are we with Addy?
Okay, so
We are with Thomas.
and here we go. That's the flip of the hand. That's the foot on. I think we're going to see a top.
Oh, immense.
Yeah, there we go.
Really psyched to get that finished. Good effort. I mean, no success on the first boulder for Thomas. So, yeah, crushing that with plenty of time left on the clock.
See if the lack of any score at all, so not just the top but also the zone on boulder 1, is going to come back to haunt him.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Looks like he's got plenty of power in the tank though, so I'd fancy him progressing on the next boulder in the steeper section of the wall. But here on women's 4, we have Luna.
So this tricky match, lots of different methods.
Yep, she's looked at one there, which was rarely used, the toe hook on the no texture.
And this is pretty much what every athlete has done. Tried a few methods, wiped the left hand on the shorts, and then gone back round and found a successful method.
It's almost like watching a replay, yeah. Good effort. But we've seen 3, maybe 4 different footwork methods being used to close that boulder, depending on your height and depending on how you read it. So yeah, really cool little final sequence for that boulder from the route setters. Okay, nice angle for women's 1 here. Like we must have, because
shows
that young
you
man
that
is.
you are being pushed out from the wall.
Yeah, you can really see.
And shows you how much they are underneath that yellow hold. So it is difficult to see.
Now we welcome Giuliano Franginillo from Spain in the men's category, and Ilia Blondeux from France. Ilia's had a couple of competitions back in 2023 in Graz and in Soor. Both boulder competitions, both Continental Youth Cups. So she's not been out on the mats in IFSC competition for quite some time. So we could see how she gets on. She's obviously placed well in the qualification round of this competition. So good luck to her. And Guillermo, we watched him in Geneva as well. And good to see how he gets on with this slab.
Strong performance so far.
Slav here, crushing this pinch. This is going to suit him. Definitely going to suit his style of climbing and his stature.
Yeah, but if he does it this way, it'll be the foot. There we go.
He's read it.
Foot on. That's it.
Oh, nice Slav. Excellent finish, man. He read that in the boulder, did he not?
Yeah.
He was looking at doing the sort of right-hand crimp
method
and pounce with the left hand, but
yeah.
Excellent adaptation on
Yeah.
the fly from Slav there to close that boulder.
Yeah, and both the strength, but also the presence of mind to realise that that wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
You need to do something else.
Yeah, because you need the strength in the tank, right, to be able to make those adaptations. Because
Yeah,
if you're hanging on for dear life, then you don't really have the room to think, I don't think, and you also don't have the time to adapt. But Slav had what he needed to adapt and close.
That was so that's the top on women's 4. And
Oh,
just-
nice.
Yeah.
There you go. That's maybe the fifth footwork method to close that boulder, leaving the left foot low on the little black wooden volume as well as the right toe on the good right foot hold. Maybe she's just that little bit taller than the other athletes that have tried it prior to this. Guglielmo topping men's 1. His competition's off to a good start. Excellent stuff from him. As that jumps him up the leaderboard. Even after just one boulder. And so we are left with Levin from Switzerland on men's 3. Just choosing to brush that sloper before he pulls on again. And then on the far side, we have one of the French athletes. Thomas. No, sorry. We have Thomas from Israel on the far side. No, I will correct myself for a third and final time. We do have a French athlete. It's a little bit hard to say exactly who it is from this distance. And our live scoring is not giving me the data that I need. So apologies for that. Okay.
Or can he hold it? Leroy? Yeah, just about. Got himself fully extended there. Didn't quite go far enough over.
I'm pleased to see him do that because that's his first points of the competition. It'd be nice to see him put a score on the board before walking off the mats for his last time.
He looked
Close there.
Yeah, close. Unfortunately, out of time, I think.
Yeah, you can't pull on that boulder with 15 seconds left, can you? Well, I mean, you can, but it's looking unlikely. Nice to see him get a zone there before departing. But tough round for him. Yeah, not scoring on the other 3 boulders. But he qualified in a much stronger position, so that's, maybe he's just had a bit of a bad afternoon there. So, finally, Ilya from Austria. He's from Vienna, and he will be stepping out onto the mats for men's 1. And then we have the last female athlete to join us, Lily Abriat from France. And she's already competed 3 times this year, all in the boulder discipline. European Cup in Munich, European Cup in Rome, and the European Cup in Brussels, where she placed 4th, 1st, and 2nd respectively. So,
quick replay of Guillermo's top on the slab. So with the next set of athletes out, good progress being made on women's 1. This looks like a flash.
Well, Lily, true to form, looking excellent on that first boulder.
And this is looking good so far on men's number 2. Looks undecided what to do. Adi's been up, he went up with that right hand, came back down, decided to go back up, but he's got plenty of time to have another go. Definitely seems like the tops are coming faster now with these final competitors.
Yeah, seeing Lily make light work of that first one. I'm looking forward to watching her and the rest of the boulders throughout this final stage of this round, semi-finals.
I think that means in the current rankings, the sort of top 3 probably secure, but below that things are going to change around quite a lot. We already have a couple of athletes in finals position still with boulders to climb. So.
And we have one male athlete to come out because of that pause in the proceedings whilst the boulder number 2 for men was cleaned, which we could just see the Israeli athlete back on now. And he's turned the hand immediately,
it out.
but still thinking to go without any higher foot. Wow.
Yeah.
Really relying on that wooden volume for the left foot, which is abysmal. You know, it's
Although,
very
be
shallow.
honest, bringing the right foot over the top, the way the athletes are, looks. I mean, it must be when you're on the boulder, it sort of makes sense that would work. Watching it, it seems really hard to see how that seems logical.
So we have a World Cup athlete as our last, or the last male to enter the mats next. Will be Nikolai Rusiev from Bulgaria, and he competed at a World Cup level in China in the boulder discipline back in April, so it'll be interesting to see him climb as a reference. One minute remains on this allotted period for these attempts on these boulders for these athletes, and I would hope that it would allow for this young man to make a top. And he's changed.
Yeah, it seems unsure of what to do. That was close. I think, unfortunately, for the Austrian athlete, that is out of time.
Yeah, 27 seconds left. I mean, if you're lightning fast on this roof, maybe it would give you time, but yeah, not if you're pausing like this.
Zones are significant though, so if you haven't scored the zone, then even if you just get back on to do that, can be quite important.
Just out of time there on the slab as well, so yeah, tricky start there for that. Just looking back at this flash. I mean, this
super casual.
Yeah, she was climbed really confidently for the duration of the competition in Rome. Took the win there. Flanked by athletes from France as well. So,
okay, so this is another athlete doing that method.
Immense. Yeah,
very shouldery.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Generating force through your shoulder when your hand is so far out wide to your side is incredibly impressive. Yeah, mechanical. Absolutely mechanical. Bravo. Now we see another attempt immediately from another athlete on this boulder. This time a Swiss athlete. You fancy his chances then, wouldn't you? Nation of strong boys. So a lot of action on the mats at the moment, as we see Slav in the overhang in the sort of centre left of your screen.
I think if he'd stopped to put the heel on, which it looked like he had strength to do, I think he'd have done that. So I expect we're going to see him further up that boulder very shortly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd fancy Slav on that. Powerful climber. It's going to suit his style.
Guillermo nearly holding on to that pinch then.
Come on, Guillermo.
Looked like he fell off in slow motion.
Okay, one of Slav's teammates, Nikolai. Last male athlete out on the mats. Here he is, just reaching up for the zone but overbalancing, unfortunately. Oh, nice. Good line and length for that move. Looking very stable in this position here from Anastasia.
Now starting to struggle.
Yeah, not found.
Shoulders are out. Well, I think it is just.
Yeah, not found
really
the depth on that right hand, I'm sure, because ultimately now she looks a little bit more secure. I say as she desperately grabs with the left hand, but she's there. You know, she's established. Wow.
It is just. I think it is just really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, good work fighting to that position, because yeah, it didn't seem like she'd reached the best part of the back of that volume. So.
Okay, Guillermo going two hands this time.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, he knows what to do.
Immense. Immense power there. His body was away from the wall, but he was able to posture in that position, even using such a small hold for contact with the left hand. That was incredibly impressive. Yeah.
It does seem that it's foot on is the way.
Yeah. God, I love a crimp, but I really don't fancy trying that. Looks incredibly physical. So there we have our leaders board on the right-hand side of your screens, and you get a glimpse as to the standings at present. As we just flick back to women's 4 with 1 minute remaining for Ruby. Ruby makes the top there fairly quickly, you know, read the beater and decided what she did with with quite some speed. So that's 2 tops for her, the first and the fourth boulders, and 2 zones. It puts her in 4th at this present time. As we have a look at women's 3, Anastasia.
Back, so she's going for the heel this time.
Okay.
So slightly different method. Can she get this? I think if she can secure it with the heel still in.
Yeah, we have seen that, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've seen this boulder topped with the left heel in place on that left-hand volume. But it seems she changed from that method, maybe not believing she could make the distance to the last hold, and instead she, swapped her, dropping her right foot out right to use the sort of obvious wooden volume. No success for Slav's teammate. So he will go back just with a zone in his pocket.
So for replay of Guillermo's top. Different. A lot of the competitors have their right foot. He's put his left foot on there, but essentially the same method, just mirrored. And
it's just fast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Toe hook on the smooth section. Not as fast as I thought. Not as fast as I thought. Played with a couple of options, but then found it pretty quickly.
Relatively fast for that boulder for the top. So I think what we're going to see now is that the overall standings are essentially going to change every time an athlete finishes.
Yeah.
It's increasingly we see a lot of tops. So I think that's a flash for
another flash for Lily. So that's 2 flashes in 2 boulders. Excellent work from her. She is one of the athletes that claim to have plenty of skin, plenty of strength left after the competition in Rome.
Okay. Well, so I'm not surprised if she's flashing all the boulders.
Yeah, it sort of lines up.
Okay, and got a strong performance so far on men's number 2. So, and that is the foot on. Turn the hand. There we go.
Ilya looking strong on that. I mean, it's a shame he couldn't progress on the first boulder. Didn't even manage the zone on the slab, but securing that very quickly, men's 2.
Well, if he can top boulders 3 and 4, then at the moment I think that could put him in. But he will have to top.
Even if he scores on them, I mean, we've got Quito in 8th at present. He has got a flash on the final boulder,
but we still have
2 zones.
We still have Slav and Termar to fit. Oh, they're already. Yep, they're already into finals.
Guillermo could upset. Well, he's already into finals, in theory.
Yeah, I think. Well, the only thing that Guillermo is going to do is move closer to the top.
Yeah,
I suspect. As you can tell from the lack of action on the mats on all the other boulders, we have seen a lot of tops in this rotation of climbers. So just 2 athletes out.
Yeah, in the men's, Ilya and Nikolai could upset things at the bottom of the groupings for the men's qualification for finals.
He did look strong on this. Again, I think he just sort of not quite sussed out what to do with his feet.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So I think his previous attempt was a little bit better.
In the women's rankings, we've got Luna from France with 3 tops. Out ahead in first. And then we have Noé Lusa from Switzerland, who you can see here attempting women's 3.
I think this is Izia from Spain.
Ah, you are, I stand corrected. So Noé's actually here.
Yeah.
Maybe my colleagues have heard my cries and helped support me in viewing what I was reading. So, yeah, this will be significant at the top of the leaderboard, just to give us an idea of how she's climbing across all of these disciplines, choosing to go for a really high heel hook there to close the boulder.
First for that method. So yet another method to add
wow.
into that one.
What are we on? 6 different types of footwork for the top of the boulder? Amazing.
Okay. And Adi, I think so. This is where I think they've all pulled up a bit. I think that is not going to be awarded.
No, doesn't look like it. His body language doesn't look too positive.
So that's the move where they're all the athletes are pulling up much higher, bringing the right hand into the top of the hold.
Yeah, men's.
Will that affect his standing?
So at the moment in the men's we have Yontan Katz in first, we have Arthur Rabolo from France in second, we have Luca Baldrini from Italy in third, we have Rhys Collin from Great Britain in fourth, we have Slav Kirov in fifth, we have Toma Yakovic from Israel in sixth, we have Guillermo Frangiano from Spain in seventh, and we have Quito Martini from France in eighth. And with that replay, we just watched Toma from Israel flashing the fourth men's boulder. That flash has put him in sixth place. And then we have on men's 2, we have the Bulgarian athlete who I referred to previously, Nikolai Rusiev, who with 3 boulders ahead of him, including the one that he's on now, could affect things in the rankings for finals.
Didn't top the slab, but he did get the zone. And he was looking strong on boulder number 2 with plenty of time left.
Meanwhile, in the women's, we have Noé Lusa from Switzerland in first. We have Lorna de Chaves from France in second. We have Lina Funa from Slovenia in third. We have Martina Burkiskova from Slovakia in fourth. We have Ruby Danziger from Israel in fifth. Ruth Ram from Israel in sixth. We have Isabella Edgington from Great Britain in seventh. And then we have Ilya, who's on the mats now, from France in eighth.
Slav looking really close on the top of men's 4.
I'm almost guaranteeing that Lily Abrat in fifth, who has flashed both the first 2 women boulders, is going to disturb things in the rankings for the finals as she attacks women's 3 and women's 4 in due course. And now we have her compatriot Ilya Blondio on women's 3. What can she do? Yeah, just swinging off there to the left-hand side of the screen.
Nikolai back on. And I was about to say that's the first successful pounce
dynamic method. Yeah.
Spoke too soon. But his teammate on boulder number 4, he was really close on the previous go. And yeah, essentially sort of something pretty similar on that one. I wonder if, hopefully he's going to prove me wrong. I suspect he might not do that one.
Ilya's looking the most confident at repeating that first sequence for me. Everybody else has seemed tentative despite having done it once before, but she's just not finding the way to get established in this second section.
Nikolai, realistically, this will be his last attempt on this one.
Come on, Nikolai, you can get this closed. Oh my goodness, he's stuck to the same method and yeah, just fallen short, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Maybe getting so close on that previous attempt is has sort of, yeah.
Same
come on,
for
stuck.
Slav. And yeah.
he's getting some
unfortunately.
serious
He's off.
encouragement from compatriots and other climbers from behind him. We can hear that even from the live stream. But
So we will get to see his in a moment, where he is now in the final standings.
so Slav currently placed in 4th with a zone on the last boulder on his 5th attempt.
So
Should be safe there.
yeah,
Guillermo could bring him down the rankings, but it wouldn't put him out. And then Ilya from Austria.
so I think we essentially have four more male and four more female athletes out, but just 2 of each on the wall at any one time. Okay, and now
So Lily's on the wall, and she's on women's 3, and she's already wrestling with this upper section, and she's looking confident. Like, everything in her body language says she's got time to calculate this last move, and she stuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise, but it's incredibly impressive. That was excellent execution. Another flash from her.
And is she in first place now with a boulder to go?
I would imagine she is.
Oh, no, not quite. No, she's in she's in 3rd place.
Yeah.
But still with a boulder to go. And so now with this camera angle, you can see exactly where women's 4 is in relation to the rest of the wall. As we no longer have athletes on boulders 1 and 2, the cameramen have panned across. Not been able to have that boulder included in the overall view before.
So here, men's 4. I'm almost surprised he didn't stick that on that occasion. The start of the movement and the flow over to that blue volume looked good. Just didn't catch something on the wires. Just a bit far from the wall, no?
Yeah, possibly a little bit too much. Almost looked like he overshot it very slightly.
Come on, Ilya. Let's see this done. I mean, Ilya can really affect things.
Yeah.
You know, if he shoots up the rankings, he could disappoint Quito, who now lies in 8th place. I mean, I'd like to see Quito climb in the finals, but Ilya is going to do everything he can to progress to finals himself here.
Is he setting up for the lache? Bit of a foot slip there. She resets herself.
Yeah, there's not much room to gain much of a pendulum there, is there?
Yeah. Well,
She's managed it. Yeah, she's managed it.
That's the zone just been added to her score.
Wow.
On the screen.
An effort in a very similar style to the first sequence. Let's see what Toma can do. Excuse me,
Oh,
Addy.
okay. Addy, slightly different method here. Okay, but it's worked, I think. Yeah, that's him across to the zone. Okay, now he's swapping hands, so does that mean he's going to attempt for the high left foot? Yeah, and to go direct. Looks like it. Yeah. There we go. That's the top.
He intuitively knew to do that. Didn't even look at the upper volume. He'd swapped hands before he was even staring down the upper section of the boulder.
Yeah.
So
that,
yeah, impressive stuff.
That has moved him up, but unfortunately not quite enough. So he's currently sitting in 11th. So that is the end of his competition.
It's unfortunate for him, after looking so good on that final boulder. Still, that is some consolation. He'll have to get out on rock instead.
Well,
Just treat this as a warm-up.
there's lots of it nearby.
Yeah, absolutely. Valdaone or Valdimello, a short drive away for any keen boulderers who visit the area. Having had visits from such climbing celebrities as Nale Hukataival or Adam Mondra in the last couple of seasons. So yeah, if you're in the vicinity, go check those areas out. In particular, Valdaone. It's beautiful up there. We have bulletproof ringing out in the stadium, trying to encourage these athletes to complete their boulders in bulletproof fashion. Let's see what this gentleman can do in the steep section of this roof.
It does look like something he's comfortable with.
Whoa. His strength is leading him down the most powerful paths on these boulders. So, I mean, I feel like if he'd found the easier beater on men's 2, he probably could have closed that.
Yeah.
But
well, hopefully it's not going to work against him in the same way on number 3, because I think if he put his right heel by his hand,
yeah,
which is the method that we've seen, then in the end he's having a good look, so possibly reassessing what he needs to do. This is
Guillermo looking good.
Yeah.
Wow. Bags of energy, like firing up to that last hold. He was sort of carrying more momentum than he needed almost, but yeah, not stabbing the foot out left to control it, and maybe just trying to rely on contact with the left hand. Didn't even try to match, did he? So yeah, that looks like a tough way to finish the boulder, but maybe he can adapt his method for the next go. Meanwhile, Nikolai pulling on here. Dropping the feet off.
Yeah, so it's now the right heel. Is he going to...
Brilliant. Good effort. Yeah, excellent. This stands him in really good stead for the top.
Okay.
With his physicality. Got to be strong on the sloper there to control this move.
For the toe instead of the heel, so now he needs to pull up.
Yeah.
Gain more height, put that toe hook in.
Go, 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 go. Come on.
Can he pull it through? Yeah.
Yeah, you can just see, can't you? The body language changes. That when they're too low, they look desperately uncomfortable, and then you could just see the switch flick, and he knew he was in a position to match.
Well, I think that left hand is, I mean, it's just very slightly, I think, on the undercut side of side pull. Yeah. So it's quite hard to just sit low on it. You need to sort of drive up into the footholds.
Are we about to see Ilya pull on for a first attempt on boulder 4?
Well, little foot pop. She's frustrated with that, but she's got time. She's got time to get back on. And it is quite important for her to score on this boulder.
Yeah, she's sitting outside of finals at the moment in 11th, and a top on this boulder would put her all the way up to potentially above 4th position, depending on zone scores. Yeah,
but I think a zone will not be enough.
Yeah, 2 tops and 2 zones, depending on the attempts, would be enough at the moment.
I think
could really come down to attempts on this zone.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, would just pop her in.
So 69.3 is our athlete sitting in 8th position in the women's competition. That's Izia Almendros from Spain. And unfortunately, the French athlete on women's 4 cannot affect that now, having just run out of time. And we're about to witness the 4th attempt at the 4th flash from Lily from France. Let's see if our cameraman can hone in on her as she sets up to have a attempt on that boulder. We've just heard the buzzers ring, which means she's out on the mats, and we can just see her pulling on the far side. She's flashed that first move, and now she's got to do this, what Alex refers to as a lâché, across the wall to the left. Oh, beautiful swing. Yeah, she carried optimal amounts of swing into that position. That didn't look in any doubt, actually. And then let's see what method she tries to use for this upper section. She's got a few options open to her. Really intrigued to see how this goes for her. Yeah. Oh, committed, and it's paid off. Amazing.
Okay, so all she needs to do is match.
I think with her climbing ability, that wasn't going to be in any doubt. Well, that's 4 boulders and 4 flashes.
incredibly dominant performance from her.
Yeah, immense. Really immense climbing. So we'll focus in now on the fourth boulder for the men, and Ilya. So he has 25 points at the moment. Top on this boulder would put him in to finals by the looks of things.
We also still have Nikolai to go behind him.
We do indeed, don't we? We have one extra men's place to come out due to that delay to men's proceedings because of the cleaning of one of the boulders. So, yeah, we will have 2 solo gentlemen out on the mats first. This gentleman due to Lily's flash, and followed by the Bulgarian athlete. Let's see if they can upset the standings at the bottom half of the men's final qualification.
So he's done that coordination move straight into the crimp.
Wow.
As opposed to coming into the press.
Fond of the crimp, Ilya.
Yeah.
He's looking to jump into that first one though.
Yeah.
So not reading it with the ridiculous shoulder method.
Okay.
I should say not so ridiculous shoulder method, as it has been successful for 3 or 4 athletes.
Yeah.
Clock running down, 1:15 left. I always like to see people getting on at this point because, like you said before, leaves room for a foot slip or you know, a bit of a false go, and then you've still got a chance for another good go. If you run the clock down so very much that you've only got a chance to pull on and have one good go, it's bleak if your foot slips and you don't execute some of the moves that you've already learned, such as this.
Yeah.
He's got time though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know where our clock's gone, but he must have 45 seconds or so.
It's a very fast boulder, this as well. I mean, it's a jump
Ooh.
into a jump, but I think he's now on that slightly downward spiral of getting flustered, make a mistake, get flustered, make another mistake, get a bit more flustered.
Hopefully we can have a look at the clock. Yeah, he's away from the wall now, hasn't he? He's lost that.
So now he's rushing. Come on, Ilya, do this.
Just not as much conviction in these efforts, are they? They're just too quick. I can't believe he's got this much time, if I'm honest. We're missing the clock here, but we must be
13
close.
seconds left.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Oh, he's going to have another go. No.
That's awesome. Good effort. And we're sorry that's all those attempts have not yielded anything for you there, Ilya. Yeah, this immense flash. Flash number 4 for Lily. Clearly putting her in first place on 100 points. Clean sheet. Not even experienced what it is to fall off a boulder yet in this semi-finals. See if she can carry that momentum into finals tomorrow.
So now we have Nikolai, and where is he in the current standings? I think we, according to our sheet, do we still have Toma?
I think that signifies that there's an appeal for Toma for Israel on boulder number 1.
Number 1.
Maybe he's appealed to have scored the zone.
Yeah.
Because that zone's not appearing. So we've got a number 6 flashing for Toma. Maybe he will achieve that zone through appeal. Let's see.
Right.
But meanwhile, on the mats, we have Nikolai Rusiev from Bulgaria. He's on the 4th boulder. He has 2 zones and he has 1 top to his name, and he's on 44.6 points.
So a zone will be enough to put him in finals on this.
Yep. Yeah, put him in by a good stead.
And he's looking close. He's learning the movement. He's got plenty of time left. They are surprisingly physical, these boulders. I always find, like, having a lot of tries on these in a short space of time, it's very aerobic. There's a lot of swinging around, but that's the zone. So I think that is him in finals now. So top would be the icing on the cake, but he doesn't need it.
He's got an incredible support behind him.
Yeah.
Massive roar of approval as he made that zone.
Oh, that is a tenuous foothold.
Oh my goodness.
Great. There we go.
Somebody's in process of losing their vocal cords supporting Nikolai.
So I think that's going to put him quite a good way up the overall rankings.
So Nikolai jumps into second place behind Jonathan Katz from Israel. So we have Jonathan in first, we have Nikolai in second, Arthur Rebolo in third, Luca Baldrini of Italy in fourth, Guglielmo Franginillo. I hope I'm pronouncing that, Guglielmo. You can correct me later. In fifth, Slav has made it through in sixth. Reese from Great Britain in seventh, and currently Toma Jakobovic is in eighth with potentially a pending appeal. Now we look at the women's scores. So we have Lily from France with her clean sheet in first. We have Anastasia from Ukraine in second. Noé Lusa from Switzerland in third. Lua Deschaise from France in fourth. Alina Funa from Slovenia in fifth. Martina Berkiskova from Slovakia in sixth. Ruby Danzinger from Israel in seventh. And finally, Isar Martinez Almendros from Spain, lying in eighth.
So we have approximately half an hour turnaround.
I believe so.
Before we go to the last round.
Here we just see our organising partners at the bottom of your screen. You can hone in particularly on the Aerobia climbing logo, which is the beautiful gym here in Bergamo, just outside of Milan, to the northeast of Milan. They are our hosts for today, and we are very grateful to them for putting on such a beautiful competition and closing their venue down to the public for this competition to be hosted at. And we will be back, I'm going to say in 30 minutes or so. I'm sure on your live screen it might be 30 seconds or so, where I will be joined again by my friend Alex Fry to comment on the under-17s category semi-finals. Thanks. Speak to you soon.